to build consent for the decisions we must take to keep us safe. Because if we don't, the peddlers of easy answers are ready on the extremes of left and right, and they will offer their solutions instead. It's striking that the different ends of the spectrum share so much. Soft on Russia, weak on NATO, if not outright opposed, and determined to sacrifice the relationship we need on the altar of their ideology. The future they offer is one of division and then capitulation. The lamps would go out across Europe once again. But we will not let that happen. If we believe in our values, in democracy, liberty, and the rule of law, this is the moment to stand up and to fight for them. That is why we must work together and show that by taking responsibility for our own security, we will help our people look forward, not with fear, but with determination and with hope. Thank you very much.
Very clearly spelled. Prime Minister, President, welcome. Thank you for those addresses. Clearly a call to arms, and we can discuss a little bit. But first I want to ask you, there were a couple of applause lines for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He said, it's neither our wish or our goal to destroy the Transatlantic alliance. So I want to know whether you feel convinced by that, whether you feel that the feathers are being unruffled after last year's broadside, which was exactly the opposite from the American Speaker, Vice President J.D. Vance.
So I was very much reassured by the speech of the Secretary of State. We know him. He's a good friend, a strong ally. Indeed, this was for me very reassuring to listen to him. We know that in the administration some have a harsher tone on these topics, but the Secretary of State was very clear. He said, we want a strong Europe in the alliance. And this is what we are working for intensively in the European Union. We have to be an independent Europe, not a Europe that is leaning on someone, but a Europe that is going forward with friends and allies, together facing the challenges that are out there. And therefore, a strong Europe, I completely align with the Secretary of State where that is concerned. But we have to build it. We have to work for it, a strong and independent Europe, to be then a strong ally in NATO, because NATO is consistent then of our friends and allies indeed. But it was also your message. We want a strong Europe. And this is, I think, the message of today, which reflected and was echoed very much in the speech of the Secretary of State.
I thought the Secretary of State's speech was consistent with the argument that Ursula made in her remarks a moment ago and the argument I'm making. I think it's really clear, though, that we shouldn't get in the warm bath of complacency and think that, therefore, all we're really doing is reasserting the continuation of what we've had for the last 80 years. That would be a mistake, and it'd be a particular mistake for Europe, because my strong view is that Europe hasn't done enough in its own defence and security for many years. And the conflict in Ukraine has flushed that out, shown it to be the reality. And it falls to us as leaders to recognise that, to change and strengthen Europe, which is what I'm arguing for, what Ursula is arguing for, and not just say that, but follow it with actions. And Ursula's taken the lead on this in the work that she's done, particularly on the funding of the defence work that needs to be done, because we will only be able to preserve NATO in the way it is needed for the next 80 years if we change and strengthen the European dimension. That is something which a number of American presidents have said for some time, I believe to be true, and I think we've got to seize this movement to move forward, not to pull apart the transatlantic relationship, but to make sure it works in the circumstances and the times that we face.
Now, I know you want to embrace the United States. You talked about not overly depending, but not also rejecting the US. But you know that the Munich Security Conference doctrine, before this conference began, talked about an era of demolition politics, demolition men, the politics of destruction, etc., including referencing the President of the United States. A very key American, former Republican, he calls himself, analyst has said that America is, under Trump, is playing a role of a hostile and probably, possibly predatory power as well. So Europe is caught between a predatory Russia and a potentially predatory United States. Have you internalized that? And is that where you are right now in terms of these fighting words that you've just delivered about pretty much total independence? Do you believe that you are between two predatory powers?
There are more threats. First of all, I would never align Russia with the United States. Completely different theaters. But
these were not my words. These were an analyst.
Yeah, okay. So I would not at all confer with this analyst that there's any equidistance between Russia and the United States, very clearly. But of course, the European Union is challenged with superpowers that are outreaching much more than they used to, and many other threats. And Russia is a real threat to us, without any question. So this is the reason why we have to strengthen our own defense posture, why we have to look into the possibilities that we have, for example, with the Article 42.7, while we have to develop our defense industrial base. So independence is action also to be stronger. This also is on the economic side very clearly diversifying with like-minded partners. The trade agreement we did with India, the trade agreement we have with Mercosur, so the Latin American countries, Mexico, all this is within a strategy to be more independent, more stronger. And independent means to stand up, develop your own strength, be clear with your own weaknesses. Don't look at others to compensate for your own weaknesses. No, be strong. Stand up and develop your own strength and be open to the world and connect with like-minded partners. And of course, a friend and like-minded partner always has been and is the UK on our continent.
So, Prime Minister, you laid out how Britain has come to the defense and to the joint military action with its allies for a long, long time. But the current Secretary-General of NATO, after Trump's Davos speech, actually after Prime Minister Carney's speech, which talked about a rupture, he said, if you all are thinking that you can do what you have to do without the United States, then dream on. It's not going to happen. So how long do you think it'll take to get to this posture that you both say you need to get to?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that we're not looking at a future that tears us apart from the Euro-Atlantic alliance that we have. NATO has been the single most effective and successful military alliance the world has ever known, and we should never move away from it. I often and always base my thinking on what is the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground, so far as the UK is concerned, is we are working with the US on defence, security and intelligence 24/7, every single day. So that is the reality of what is happening, and that is as tight now as it's ever been, and I see no sign of that weakening, nor should it, because that's in the interests of the United Kingdom and the interests of Europe and globally. And that goes into defence, security, intelligence, obviously nuclear capability as well. And therefore, I'm often urged back in my own parliament that we should walk away from what we've got, and I reject that. But I think simply sitting where we are isn't good enough, and therefore the change does need to come. That needs Europe to be stronger, to be working more closely together, and that's why I said what I said about the UK-EU relationship. We're 10 years on from Brexit. We are not the Britain of the Brexit years. We're a Britain that wants to work with the EU even more closely in light of the challenge that we face here 10 years on. That will take time. We are working together. We had a very good UK-EU summit last year. We will have another one this year where we can make further steps forward. But this is of some urgency because I think that on defence and security, until the Ukraine conflict, we didn't really wake up to the reality that we're facing.
And I actually do obviously want to dig into Ukraine because you raised it very clearly towards the beginning of your speech. But you also said, and I want to get to the bottom of this, that some red lines have been crossed and they cannot be uncrossed. You were talking about the United States in your speech, I think. What red lines are you talking about? Because there is a massive deficit of trust between many people in the alliance and certainly leaders who are now having to do what you're doing, workarounds, de-risking, decoupling, whatever you might want to call it, independence. What red lines have been crossed that cannot be uncrossed?
So, for example, I want to be very clear, our digital sovereignty is our digital sovereignty. Very clear on that one. And we have a long tradition in freedom of speech. Actually, the Enlightenment started on our continent. And we are very clear with digital sovereignty also that what is forbidden offline is forbidden online. And we will not flinch what that is concerned. We will be very steadfast to pursue this very clear demand for us. But if I may also look at the quote of the Secretary General of NATO, dream on. I would like to tell him, my dear friend, no, my dear friend, there's not only status quo goes on, or division and disruption. There is a lot in between. And status quo is not satisfactory, neither for us, nor for the United States. So there is much more in between, and an independent Europe just means let's develop our strength without constantly leaning on someone else, and then being strong, moving forward and facing the challenges the world is offering to us. This is what I want to tell my friend Mark Rutte.
Prime Minister, in terms of, President von der Leyen talked about the digital space. That is a red line that cannot be, messed around with. What about the violating international borders space? Do you believe the US threat to Greenland is over? That was a red line for you. It all seemed to stiffen all of your collective spines and you got kind of moving on it. Do you think the threat is over?
Well, I think that, firstly, I'm very pleased that that is now in a process of dialogue, which is where it should have been. The security in the Arctic is really important for all of us, and we need to do more. That's why I announced what I announced about the Carrier Strike Group. I thought that those weeks of Greenland were quite instructive because we had, certainly from the British point of view, the usual mix of common sense, pragmatism, but sticking to our values and principles. And across Europe, we stuck to those values and principles about sovereignty and why sovereignty matters. And it was a period in which there was intense collaboration and discussion amongst European leaders as to how we would approach the issue. And I was very pleased that we did it in the way that we did, as I say, a mix, as ever, with the Brits of pragmatism and common sense, but with saying these are the lines, these are our principles, these are our values, and that requires us to be absolutely clear about the question of sovereignty. And now it is in a process of discussion and dialogue focused, in my view, where it should be, which is on security in the Arctic, which is a pressing issue and an issue where we all need to do more.
About Ukraine, because, again, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, barely mentioned it except for an elusive peace, he said those words. Now, President Trump has said in his latest comments that Ukraine, President Zelensky needs to get onto it because Russia wants a deal, these are his words, and President Zelensky needs to get onto it right now, otherwise he's going to miss a great opportunity. Secretary Rubio did not go to your meeting, your leaders' meeting with President Zelensky last night. Where do you think this all stands? Where do the negotiations stand? Is it Zelensky who needs to be pressured?
So I think it's extremely important that we do not buy in the Russian narrative. And this has been out too much there. I mean, if we look at the strategic goals and the military goals of Putin, it's a huge failure. He wanted to Russify Ukraine. Ukraine has become European. He wanted to stop NATO. NATO has gotten bigger with Sweden and Finland. He wanted to occupy Ukraine within days or weeks. Well, now we are unfortunately in the 4th year of the war. And I think it is so important that we, on our side, tell the truth, what is going on in Russia with a war economy, with skyrocketing interest rates and inflation, completely isolated. And now this is a war of attrition. And in this war of attrition, it is of utmost importance that we push forward the negotiations and put pressure on Putin that he finally comes to the negotiation table. And therefore it was so valuable that we have developed together the security guarantees, the prosperity paper, and are discussing the 20-point plan. Because it is of utmost importance that Ukraine, the European Union and the United States are on one side of the page, that we are very clear what our standpoint is. This has very much matured, and now it's a matter of putting pressure on Putin that he comes. He avoids, of course, the negotiation table because he does not want to sit down to have peace, which is absolutely abhorrent. So therefore, the pressure we put on him, and the economy is at the limit, is the one way really to make progress in getting to the negotiation table to peace talks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's very important. In 10 days is the 4-year anniversary of the beginning of the conflict. And it is therefore important to remind ourselves who the aggressor is. The aggressor is Russia. And the quickest way for this conflict to end is for Russia to stop its aggression. And therefore, we're not dealing with two equal parties. There's an aggressor, which is Russia, and there is Ukraine, which has been subject to attack and killing and bombing and taken a huge, or paid a huge price. I agree with Ursula that actually, if you look at the situation on the ground, it was a huge strategic error for Putin. He thought he would take Ukraine in a matter of weeks. And here we are 4 years later. And he has by no means achieved his end, and he has had the opposite effect. The NATO summit last year was the biggest and the strongest, with the greatest resolve for many, many years. So NATO is stronger. Russia's lost, as I mentioned a moment ago, 1 million lives to this conflict. In January this year, I think I'm right in saying 30,000 died on the front line. That is why we're all working for a just and lasting peace. But it will only be just and lasting if the security guarantees, because we've had a cessation of hostilities before, but without anything sitting behind it. And one thing we know about Putin, if nothing sits behind it, he'll go again, which is why we set up the coalition, the willing to work on security guarantees. I'm really pleased we're working with the US on that. Actually, another example, whatever words are used by different individuals in different parts of the globe, the practical reality is we're working with the Americans on the security guarantees, and we're more advanced now than we were 3 months ago. And I'm really pleased that we're in a better position.
So I need to ask you a political question, because a lot of people at home are interested. You've just spoken about the amount of money that needs to be spent on the Ukraine defense, on Britain, on Europe. That takes politics and convincing. I want to ask you, do you think you narrowly just miss being toppled? Do you think that what's happening in the politics at home is distracting you and perhaps making you vulnerable to a Brexit follow, the Reform Party, or even maybe the Conservatives, who might not want to pursue the kind of politics that you want to pursue?
No, I reject that. I ended the week much stronger than I started it, and that's a very good place to be. And my party and my government is completely united on the question of Ukraine and defence and security, and the need for stronger relations with Europe on defence, on security and on economy as well. And so I think that there is real strength in the position I've now set out. I think there'll be the whole of the government is united behind that. I think actually it unites across the House of Commons. Not everybody, I accept. Reform have a different agenda. They're pro-Putin. We know where they stand. Imagine if they were in government in the United Kingdom. the coalition of the willing could not exist with UK participation in it. We would not be seen as a leader on the European or international stage. We would be seen as a country that people couldn't do business with. So it's not universal across our parliament, but there's a very strong feeling amongst right-minded politicians that we stick together on Ukraine. When I was in opposition, we supported the then government, a Conservative government on Ukraine, because it was the right thing to do for the values that we uphold. And I'm pleased to say that the Conservative opposition, as it now is, supports the government when it comes to Ukraine, because again, we share the values that underpin it. So for all of the divisions that you never to get in politics, there are some real clarity and some real certainty on these key issues.
Prime Minister Starmer, President von der Leyen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the conference hall will continue at 11:45 with the session Coalition of the Able, Securing Long-Term Support for Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back in the main conference hall at 11:45. Until then, enjoy your coffee.
Ja, ja, aber ich muss nachher auch wieder. Nee, Stefan. Heute Abend?
Ja, ja.
Ja, es gibt ja auch noch den Mount Warner. Das muss ich jetzt wahrscheinlich für Debian wahrnehmen. Ich wollte mir klären, das macht es jetzt sowieso den Funktion zu. Dann macht die 10, 15, die 3 und danach muss ich mich mit Debian verständigen, wie wir uns aufteilen, was ich helfe und so. Ich bin eigentlich nicht in der Aktualität heute und würde Debian aber helfen, der muss noch was anderes machen und würde ihm helfen, Bericht aus Berlin vorbereiten. Aber ihr könnt auch, wenn ihr mir sagt, dann sage ich halt offen, ob ich kann oder nicht, aber ihr kann natürlich auch einfach wir müssten mal gucken, ob es irgendeinen Republikaner gibt, von den Republikanern, den wir betonen. Ja, weil ich meine, die Demokraten, die machen alle was, aber wir brauchen eigentlich Republikaner. Wisst ihr, ob es einen Stream gab von gestern Lindsey Graham? Eventuell. Vielleicht auf der MSC sein? Weil das müsste ziemlich ein heftiges Vorgehen gewesen sein. Nee, das war das andere. Lindsey Graham war gestern Abend um 18. Weil das wäre noch interessant, weil Debian braucht irgendeinen amerikanischen Republikaner, einer, der anders redet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll commence very soon. I kindly ask you to take your seats in the main conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall now so we can begin on time. Ladies and gentlemen, in the main conference hall, I kindly ask you to take your seats conference hall now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger.
Good morning, my friends. Day 2 of the 62nd Munich Security Conference. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, since we last gathered here a year ago, far too many civilians have lost their lives in wars and bloody conflicts around the world, most recently in places like Iran, and of course in Ukraine, continuing in Ukraine, but also in Gaza, in Sudan, in Myanmar, and elsewhere around the world. Before we begin our discussions here this morning, I'd therefore like to ask all of you to rise for a moment of silence in the memory of the Paris civilians. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is an important day 2 of our meeting. Today we will be discussing, among other things, of course, the continued discussion on how to end the Russian war in and on Ukraine. We'll be discussing the conflicts in the Middle East, the war in Sudan, situations in Belarus, in Venezuela, and in other places. We will address transnational challenges and we will start this morning with the United States, followed by the Chinese perspective, and then we'll open up to the European Union and beyond. It is my particular honor and pleasure now to welcome the speaker who will represent the United States of America. Welcome, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain. But we were driven by a common purpose We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature and it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants, resulting in large parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle-class jobs overseas, and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions, they are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is, what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny. It was here, in Europe, where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here in Europe where which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. Deindustrialization was not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish but voluntary transformation of our economy that left us dependent on others for our needs and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia, it is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world. And we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law which they themselves routinely violate. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is the path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. The alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. an alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable, because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy, it will restore to us a clearer sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe. Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the Kingdom of Piedmont, Sardinia. And Jose and Manuel Arena lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation. And yet here I am, reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again. And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America is charting the path for a new century of prosperity, and that once again, we want to do it together with you, our cherished allies and our oldest friends. We want to do it together with you, with a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history, with a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization. With a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century. But now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership. You spoke of intertwined relations between the United States and Europe. Reminds me of statements made decades ago by your predecessors when the discussion was, is actually America a European power? Is America a power in Europe? Thank you for offering this message of reassurance about our partnership. This is actually not the first time that Marco Rubio is here at the Munich Security Conference. He's been here before, a couple of times, but it's the first time he has been, and he is the speaker as Secretary of State. So thank you again. We have only a couple of minutes now for just a few questions. And if I may, we collected questions from the audience. One of the sort of key issues here yesterday, today, is of course, continues to be the question of how to deal with the war in Ukraine. Many of us in the discussions of the last 24 hours, have voiced their impression that the Russians, let me put it colloquially, the Russians are playing for time. They're not really interested in a meaningful settlement. There is no indication that they're willing to compromise on any of their maximalist objectives. Offer to us, if you could, your assessment of where we are and where you think we can go.
Well, I think where we are at this point is that the issues at play that have to be, here's the good news. The good news is that the issues that need to be confronted to end this war have been narrowed. That's the good news. The bad news is they've been narrowed to the hardest questions to answer, and work remains to be done in that front. I hear your point about, well, the answer is we don't know. We don't know if the Russians are serious about ending the war. They say they are, and under what terms they were willing to do it, and whether we can find terms that are acceptable to Ukraine upon that Russia will always agree to. But we're going to continue to test it. In the meantime, everything else continues to happen. The United States has imposed additional sanctions on Russia's oil. In our conversations with India, we've gotten their commitment to stop buying additional Russian oil. Europe has taken its set of steps moving forward. The Pearl program continues, in which American weaponry is being sold for the Ukrainian war effort. So all these things continue. Nothing has stopped in the interim. So there's no buying of time here in that regard. What we can't answer, but we're going to continue to test, is whether there is an outcome that Ukraine can live with and that Russia will accept. And I would say it's been elusive up to this point. We've made progress in the sense that for the first time, I think, in years, at least at the technical level, there were military officials from both sides that met together last week, and there'll be meetings again on Tuesday, although it may not be the same group of people. Look, we're going to continue to do everything we can to play this role of bringing this war to the end. I don't think anybody in this room would be against a negotiated settlement to this war so long as the conditions are just and sustainable. And that's what we aim to achieve, and we're going to continue to try to achieve it, even as all these other things continue to happen on the sanctions front and so forth.
Thank you very much. I'm sure if we had more time, there would be many questions on Ukraine. But let me conclude by asking a question about something entirely different. The next speaker here in just a couple of minutes will be the Foreign Minister of China. When you served in the Senate, sir, people considered you a kind of a China hawk.
So did they.
So did they.
Yeah.
We know that there will be, in about 2 months' time, a summit meeting between President Trump and President Xi Jinping. Give us your expectation. Are you optimistic? Can there be a quote-unquote deal with China? What do you expect?
Well, I would say this. The two largest economies in the world, two of the big powers on the planet, we have an obligation to communicate with them and talk, and so do many of you on a bilateral basis as well. I mean, it would be geopolitical malpractice to not be in conversations with China. I would say this, because we're two large countries with huge global interests, our national interests will often not align. Their national interests and ours will not align, and we owe it to the world to try to manage those as best we can, obviously avoiding conflict, both economic and worse. And so it's important for us to have communications with them in that regard. On areas in which our interests are aligned, I think we can work together to make positive impact on the world, and we seek opportunities to do that with them. But we have to have a relationship with China, and many of the countries represented here today are going to have a relationship with China, always understanding that nothing that we agree to could come at the expense of our national interest. And frankly, we expect China to act in their national interest, as we expect every nation state to act in their national interest. And the goal of diplomacy is to try to navigate those times in which our national interests come into conflict with one another, always hoping to do it peacefully. I think we also have a special obligation, because whatever happens between the U.S. and China on trade has a global implication. So there are long-term challenges that we face that we're going to have to confront, that are going to be irritants in our relationship with China. That's not just true for the United States, that's true for the broader West. But I do think we need to try to manage those the best we can to avoid, unnecessary friction if it's possible. But no one is under any illusions. There are some fundamental challenges between our countries and between the West and China that will continue for the foreseeable future for a variety of reasons. And it's some of the things we hope to work together with you on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We've run out of time. I'm sorry that I can't take questions from all those who wanted to ask questions. Mr. Secretary of State, thank you for this message of reassurance. I think this is much appreciated here in the hall. Let's offer a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The program will continue momentarily.
Your people investing in weapons production in Ukraine. We have joint drone production here in Germany, and it officially started yesterday, thanks to everybody and to Friedrich. And we have the joint artillery initiative with Czechia. I see Peter. Hi. Thank you so much. And we are doing a lot together with the Nordic countries, with the UK and France, Netherlands, Italy and Poland and United States, Canada and Turkey. There are important changes in Japan thanks to Prime Minister, government, and we all value that Japan stands with us in the coalition of the willings. And there are strong decisions from Europe, including 90 billion euros for 2 years for us. Thank you so much. And this is a serious guarantee of Ukraine's financial stability. And thank you for every strong decision for all our joint work. But let's not close our eyes to the problem. And Russia still has accomplices, regimes like North Korea and companies across the globe, many of them from China, that bypass sanctions and provide components for Russian weapons, Russian missiles. On top of that, Putin still has guarantees of financial stability. A large part of those guarantees lies here in Europe, in European seas. I mean, Russian oil tankers still move freely along Europe's shores, in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in the Mediterranean. In total, Russia still uses more than 1,000 tankers. Each of them is, in fact, a floating wallet for the Kremlin. And I recently discussed this with President Macron, with President von der Leyen, and with other leaders, and thanked them for their willingness to fix this. We spoke about updating European legislation so that Russian tankers can not only be detained, but blocked. This is important, to block all these tankers, and they are all confiscated the way the United States acts against shadow-less tankers near its own shores. And it works, really. Without all money, Putin would not have money for this war. Let's make it possible. And now I want to speak about the cost of war on the ground. What does 1 month of war mean for Putin? Just in December, our forces eliminated 35,000 occupying soldiers, killed and badly wounded. In January, there were fewer Russian assaults, and as a result, Russia's losses were about 30,000 killed and badly wounded. There is even a clear price Russia pays for every kilometer of occupied Ukrainian land. On the Donetsk front, it's one of the most intense areas, and everybody knows about it. The price Russia pays for 1 kilometer now is 156 soldiers. Putin is not concerned about this now, but there is a level at which he will start to care, I'm sure. Every month, Russia mobilizes about 40,000 people, a little bit more, 42, 43, sometimes. Not all of them reach the front line. So overall, the size of the Russian contingent in Ukraine is not growing this year. For our army, the mission is clear: to destroy more Russian occupiers, because they are occupiers. And the goal is specific: at least 50,000 per month. Even for Russia, that would be serious, I'm sure. And it would affect Putin's decisions, because we are speaking mainly about frontline troops, those leading the assaults and attacks. Mr. Ischinger said in an interview before this conference that as long as Ukraine is defending Europe, the danger is not so great. And if we speak plainly and maybe a bit cynically, that is more or less the situation today. But look at the price. Look at the price. Look at the pain Ukraine has gone through. Look at the suffering Ukraine has faced. It's Ukrainians who are holding the European front. Behind our people stand an independent Poland and the free Baltic states. There can be a sovereign Moldova and a Romania without dictatorship, and even one victor can think about how to grow his belly, not how to grow his army to stop Russian tanks from returning to the streets of Budapest. But none of our people choose to be such heroes. Ukraine did not choose this war. And it's wrong to assume that this is a permanent arrangement that others can stay safe behind Ukraine backs forever. Ukrainians are people, not terminators. Our people are dying too. That is why we are doing everything to stop this war and to guarantee security. But the problem is this: Putin is no longer interested in anything else. Putin does not live like ordinary people. He doesn't walk the streets. You will not see him in a cafe. His grandchildren do not go to the normal kindergartens in their hometown. He cannot imagine life without power or after power. Normal things do not interest him. Putin consults more with Tsar Peter and Empress Catherine about territorial gains than with any living person about real life. Can you imagine Putin without war? Be honest. Right now, his focus is on Ukraine, and no one in Ukraine believes he will ever let our people go. But he will not let other European nations go either, because he cannot let go of the very idea of war. He may see himself as a Tsar, but in reality he is a slave to war. And if he lives another 10 years, we can understand it can be war can return or expand. That is why we say there must be real security guarantees for Ukraine and for Europe, strong security guarantees. And we know clearly what those guarantees must include. And we have strong agreements ready to sign with the United States and with Europe. We think that the agreement on security guarantees should come before any agreement to end the war. Those guarantees answer the main question: how long there will be no war again? And we hope President Trump hears us. We hope the Congress hears us. We hope American people hear us. And we are grateful for all the real help. Thank you. We are doing everything, truly everything, to end this war, and this war can end and security can be guaranteed. Before the invasion began, we told the world, act now, please act preventively so the invasion does not happen. And I sent our commander-in-chief, at that time it was General Zaluzhny, to speak with the American side and to explain what Ukraine needed to defend itself. And I said, tell them we need javelins, stingers, and real weapons, something real to stop the Russian army, so they see we are not standing with bare hands. It was very important, but the most practical advice General Milley could give Ukraine at that time was simply dig trenches. And that is the answer my commander-in-chief brought back. Just imagine hundreds of thousands of Russian troops on your borders, massive military equipment, and all you hear is dig trenches. So if Russian troops enter Lithuania, God bless, no, just like example, or another country on NATO's eastern flank, what will the allies hear then? Will they hear that help is on the way? Hope so. Or will they hear dig trenches? Or something else? We must have the ability to give a strong response to that threat. And that is why we are talking about a joint European defense policy. That is why we need American backstop. That is why Europe needs Ukraine. The Ukrainian army is the strongest army in Europe. Thanks to our heroes. And it's simply And it's simply, I think it's simply not smart to keep this army outside NATO. But at the very least, let that be your, friends, your decision, not Putin's decision, please. And today, among the things that unite Europe most strongly, there is also fear. Not fear that Ukraine might one day join NATO, but fear about whether NATO will even exist. But we support NATO and hope that NATO will be each day stronger and stronger. God bless. And right now, much of our cooperation with Europe and with other NATO partners and cooperation inside the alliance, including the historic decision to move toward 5% of GDP on defense, is a response to that fear. I think it's a correction of past mistakes, and it is an investment in the future, security, and it is a guarantee that NATO will not only exist, but will act if, God forbid, it's ever needed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, more and more often now many former officials from different countries say they warned about this war and that they said the invasion would happen. They remember what they said, and in most cases they greatly improved their own story, but none of them can say what they actually did. What they did to prevent the invasion. All these stories are about one thing, just one thing, shifting responsibility away from themselves. And what did Russia see in 2021? Putin sat as an equal with the President of the United States in Geneva. And he felt he could reshape Europe and the world at least. And there were no preventive sanctions against Russia, and there were no serious defense packages to show that we could stand up to Russia. Look now, our great guy, our athlete, Vladislav Geraskevich. And he was disqualified at the Olympics simply for the intention to wear a helmet showing the faces of athletes killed by Russia in this war. And he was disqualified for the intention. When in 2021 we clearly saw Putin's intent and asked for preventive sanctions to stop the invasion, we were told, first, there must be a crime, and only then can there be punishment. And Kamala Harris, I remember, said this, but with Russia, you cannot leave a single loophole Russians can use to start a war. As they say in Russia, first get into the fight, and then we'll see what happens. That is how they do everything. That is how they start wars. And that is how they conduct negotiations, not to end the war, but to avoid ending it, and just to buy time. As people now look back at the time before the Russian invasion, what will be said about this moment 4 years from now? And will some of today's powerful leaders look for ways to avoid responsibility and to justify themselves? There were different options before the invasion. There are options now. I think so. And when we say that Russia must not be rewarded for this war, we are saying the same thing we said before the invasion. Russia must not be given hope that it can get away with this crime. Everyone must respond already at the stage of intent, the intent to kill, the temptation to continue aggression. Please remember the moment when Russia began to take diplomacy most seriously during these 4 years. It was when our deep strikes against Russian oil refineries began to work, and when everyone started talking about tomahawks. That shows exactly how to deal with Russia and what Russia actually hears. It hears strength. The stronger we are, the more realistic peace becomes. A lot of time now is spent on negotiations. We truly hope that the trilateral meetings next week will be serious, substantive, helpful for all of us. But honestly, sometimes it feels like the sides are talking about completely different things. The Russians often speak about some spirit of anchorage, and we can only guess what they really mean. The Americans often return to the topic of concessions, and too often those concessions are discussed in the context only of Ukraine, not Russia. Europe is practically not present at the table. It's a big mistake to my mind. And it is, I think we Ukrainians who are trying to bring Europe fully into the process so that Europe's interests and voice are taken into account. This is very important. And Ukraine keeps returning to one simple point. Peace can only be built on clear security guarantees. Where there is no clear security system, war always returns. Ukraine will do everything, truly everything, to make these negotiations successful. We have invested in this process, and we are in constant contact with Steve Witkoff, with Jared Kushner, and with everyone President Trump appoints. Today, we are meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Ukraine wants the result of all these efforts to be real security and real peace. Real peace. Not what came out of Geneva in 2021, not what the Russians hope for from this so-called spirit of anchorage. And it seems Putin hopes to repeat Munich, and not Munich 2007, when they only spoke about dividing Europe, but Munich 1938, when previous Putin began dividing Europe in reality. It would be an illusion to believe that this war can now be reliably ended by dividing Ukraine, just as it was an illusion to believe that sacrificing Czechoslovakia would save Europe from a great war. And when people ask today what the price of a deal could be, our answer is simple. The main thing is that in 4 years, the civilized world is not forced to justify itself again, to shift the responsibility, and not forced again to look for someone else to blame. Dear friends, Ukraine is ready for a deal that brings real peace to us, to Ukraine, to Europe. And I'm confident that this war can be ended, and ended with dignity. This is the most important for us, with dignity. And we have given our partners everything we believe such a deal must include. And we are ready to invest in common security, everything we have learned while defending ourselves during these years of this war. And we can clearly answer most of the security questions that were raised at the conference yesterday and that will be raised today. And right now, as we work together to protect lives in Ukraine, we are building a new system, a new security, a new response architecture, new approaches to protect lives in any European country when needed. Our wall of drones is your wall of drones. Our expertise in drones is a part of your security. Our ability to stop assaults and Russian sabotage can also be part of your defense. Europe needs a real common defense policy, just as it already has so much in common in the economy, in law, and in social policy. Please pay attention to Ukraine. And if exactly that had happened earlier, this war would not have begun. Thank you. Slava Ukraini! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Дякую. Дякую. Hi. Good to see you.
Just getting a chair, Senator. It's coming. Right behind you. Well, that was incredibly rousing stuff. We have spoken at this conference for the last 4 years. And I just wanted to point out before we start the conversation that your Nobel laureate and human rights activist has pointed out that in the year of the Trump administration so-called peace negotiations, more people have been killed and injured on both sides than in any other previous year, and certainly more civilians, particularly, obviously, in Ukraine. So I guess I want to ask you, Mr. President, and of course you will be speaking in your brilliant English, right, as ever? Yes, 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 English, as always. Can I just ask you, what do you need right now? I'm really conscious of the time and owning time issue that you've talked about. But if you were to put out a wish list or a shopping list right now, is it mostly anti-aircraft and missiles to protect your skies? What do you need right now?
Thank you so much. I will use my brilliant
You
English.
will. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, thank you very much for this conversation. Let's look at priorities. All our challenges are first, energy challenge. We need missiles for Patriot systems, first of all for Patriots. Also, we spoke yesterday with our Norway partners, Americans, and also with Germany, so we need also missiles for NASAMS and for IRIS-T systems. This is crucial. This is number one, what we need, missiles. And as quick as possible. I'm very thankful for possibility, Mark, for you, and thanks you, and not only Pearl, we're thankful for Rammstein. I think that it was positive. I will tell you successful when missiles will come to Ukraine. Yeah, so I hope that it will be successful. And it was very difficult, and Germany helped very much. And Minister Pistorius, I don't know where is he. I think he works. Yes, and on this plan, hope so, yeah, to bring more missiles to us. So this is about energy. We spoke yesterday with our Berlin's group, how we call it, because we had successful meeting yesterday with all the partners, and I think the idea before 24th to strengthen Ukraine as much as possible with energy supplies will be a plan of energy support, plan of missiles. This is important. Then it's Pearl, Mark is sitting here. Now, then I see Roberta, so we need membership in EU. You said wish list?
And then membership in NATO? I understand.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right, let me ask...
And we need security guarantees,
yes.
which been
voted
in
a second.
Yeah.
Secretary General, what can... Really, you only have one mic? What can President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people, and as he said, Europe, expect right now for the defense of that land and your land? What can they get right now?
Can I, before I answer the question, just share with you two things I saw myself last week in Kiev. I was with a small team of colleagues from NATO. First of all, I saw, and you saw one of the pictures here, of the impact of 5 missiles taking out one of these huge heating plants. And we do not always realize in this part of Europe that when it comes to Kiev and the big cities, they are heated centrally. So what the Russians did with 5 missiles, take out this heating plant, responsible for heating the homes of 250,000 people. That plant will be down at least for 2 months. That means that these people, and it was minus 25 degrees last week in Kiev during night and minus 15 degrees during day, that they are living in those conditions. When you speak with the people, they are telling me, hey, keep on supporting us. We will not give in. it only makes them almost stronger, despite the terrible difficulty they are facing. Then I was the next day in Chernihiv. And Chernihiv was occupied for 4 to 6 weeks, directly after February 22. And I spoke with people who were kept in the basement of a school, the size of the first 3 rows of this room, 150 people. There were only chairs they could sit on. 10 people died in that room. They were not able to bury them. This is the Russians. This is the lack of decency, of humanity. For 6 weeks, these people were kept there. I looked in the eyes of these 2 people who showed me around there. They told me, we are resilient, we will never give in, but tell this story to other people what the Russians did here. And others of us have been in Bucha and other places around Kiev. This was in Chernihiv, about 2 hours drive from Kiev. And then I met Patron. And Patron is a doc. And the doc is responsible, and he is a sort of hero of Ukraine now, because he sniffs when people are taking rubble away and there is a risk of new explosions coming up. And he is excellent at this. And I agree with you. The untold story of this war is the heroes from the firefighters, from the ambulance services, from all these people. Of course, the soldiers, they're amazing. But sometimes we forget about the police and the firefighters and all the other civilian people who are helping to take out this rubble, etc. And this dog, I even looked the dog in the eye and he told me, we will never give in.
What did you tell the dog that you were going to give Ukraine now?
And here is the story. For Ukraine to stay strong in this fight, one, we have to realize the Russians are not winning this. As you said, they lost 65,000 people in December and in January. They are not winning this. They make very small gains in Donetsk and other places, so small that it's almost not relevant. But they lose all these people. If there is a dictator in Moscow willing to do that, we are really working with somebody who is willing to do that, to get so many of his own people killed in that war. We have to take that seriously, because this is crazy behavior at every level. So what we need to do here in this room, in all our positions, the politicians and everybody who can influence this, is to make sure that these people who are staunch, who are defending themselves, who will never give up, that they have the offensive stuff they need, so that is all the missiles, etc., to hit whatever they need to hit in Russia, and of course the ammunition, but particularly also to take out the missiles coming into Ukraine. Because this is not hitting the front line. This is hitting the cities, the innocent civilians, the civilian infrastructure, only to create chaos and panic so that the soldiers on the front line are thinking of their families back in Kiev, thinking, oh, maybe we should go back to Kiev because my family is now living in terrible conditions. This is the only reason to do that. And we have that. The US is still supplying massive amounts of this stuff into Ukraine. This is the Pearl program paid for by Canada and European allies that will cost this year $15 billion, 12 billion euros. It's crucial that money is there. And then, of course, the Europeans and the Canadians doing all the bilateral stuff. And please use what SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander, has drawn up together with the Ukrainians, the list of stuff they need. Don't give bilateral stuff outside that list, because it is nice. It gives you nice pictures and photographs in the newspapers, but we know exactly what they need. We have, thanks to Jens, this whole structure was set up under his Secretary Generalship, Wiesbaden, the command there, and it is working excellently. So please use that list, the comprehensive Ukraine requirement list, and then Pearl, which is all the stuff the US is supplying. We need to do this. Keep them strong in the fight. They will do it, but they need our support.
And the second part of that, the other side of that coin, is putting enough pain on Putin, as you have said and as others have said, to actually get serious about a serious negotiation.
And that's exactly what Rubio said today.
Right.
It is testing him. Is he serious, Putin, about all of this? And he is again sending this historian next week to the talks in Geneva, so he will again lecture the Ukrainians about how to rush from Sweden or whatever.
But in his speech, in his speech, he mentioned Ukraine only in passing, and the words were elusive peace. So we'll get to that in a minute. Roberta Metsola, for Europe, you saw a call to arms today from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, from Prime Minister Starmer, really rebuilding Europe's military-industrial complex. What, though, can you do now? How come you haven't managed to get all those, the money of Russia that you could actually give to Ukraine, and most of the Europeans agree with it, why can't you just get it done and put pressure on Putin, as President Zelensky says, and as it's patently clear that there is not enough pressure on Putin yet. He doesn't feel enough pain.
Well, on that we agree. Next week, I will sign a 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine, agreed in under 4 weeks, in an unprecedented speed. You might say it took us too long. We used to do things much slower before. But when push came to shove, we really put our money where our mouth is. And this is what we need to use as the strongest of message that when I first came to Ukraine, couple of weeks into the beginning of the war, Volodymyr, I told you that we would stand with you. And I preside over a parliament where the majorities are huge. And I want to say this because every second question, wherever we go, we're asked, but there's fatigue and people are looking away and you're losing your priorities on what you should do. My answer is, I was in the opening of the Winter Olympics 1 week ago, and the loudest cheer was for the Ukrainian delegation. And that is what shows spontaneously that the people of Europe are with you. What have we done since the 24th of February 2022? So we have the immense increase in GDP expenditure on defense. That's also thanks to your leadership, Mark. Secondly, we have adopted an unprecedented number of sanctions in terms of packages. We're waiting for the 20th package now. We are working and agreed with Volodymyr when he talked about the next step on what we should do on the shadow fleet. We have 2 new members in NATO, and this is particularly personal for me because one of my sons is serving in the military of one of them. And that is what would never have been done if it were not for Ukrainians fighting for the freedom that we took for granted, that we looked away, that we took too long to respond to. But I would say that today we are there. We will be there. We need to take it to the next step. On enlargement, I can answer you. I preside over a parliament massively in favor of that. This is a win-win. It's not about charity. We need Ukraine, and we need Ukraine to be part of the European family. And we can do much more, and we can do much, much, much more. And we are there for.
As President Zelensky pointed out, still Russian tankers are patrolling your waters with their
we have over 600
war
that
money.
have been detained, but we have to do much more.
Okay. Senator Wicker, senior senator, Republican senator. What more can the United States do? We've had a year of so-called negotiations in which every time we look around, it appears that President Trump puts more pressure on President Zelensky than on President Putin. There is a package of sanctions that's ready to go. I understand both houses of Congress.
That's right.
So
that's
tell
right.
us
And that's the good news. And what we've just heard from Europe is very good news. What we need specifically is we need for the administration to unleash the Tomahawk missiles. And that's a message that will come from the Congress. It's the decision of the administration. But the very good news, in addition to the good news about messages of reassurance today, and the support that this room has shown, we will be able to vote in 2 weeks' time on sanctions. And what Ukraine really needs is for Russia to run out of oil. And if we pass meaningful, serious sanctions on the oil producers, on, say, the 8 refineries around the world that Russia depends on, that can bring a meaningful change in the negotiations. Some other good news. Public opinion in favor of Ukraine in the United States is growing. Public opinion among Republicans being polled is growing in the United States. And we're in a position with the sanctions bill, perhaps next week, for this to be a turning point.
Well, that is very interesting news for sure. President Zelensky, we were talking about security guarantees, all the things that you need in order to actually sign on to a peace process. I don't know what you make of President Trump's latest, in which I believe yesterday he said Zelensky is going to have to get moving. Russia wants to make a deal, and Zelensky is going to have to get moving. Otherwise, He's going to miss a great opportunity. He has to move. Are you, obviously, I mean, this is pressure. Are you feeling the pressure?
A little bit. I mean, there's, I understand signals of the president. Maybe it's preparing atmosphere before Switzerland meeting, trilateral meeting, and etc. So, not losing our dignity, we can move. We made a lot of compromises, speaking with Russians, beginning even with this. We have trilateral meetings. With all respect to the United States, they proposed us to have such meetings. I think it was a compromise from the side of Ukrainian people. The second point, we are ready to speak and continue. We are ready to speak about constant line. We are ready to speak about the stop on the contact line and then begin to talk. This is also a compromise because we are speaking about our territories, which are temporarily occupied, our people, which have been killed. So a lot of different compromises. Even when American side proposed a free economic zone, such propositions, what we said, look, it's our territory, it has to be our territory. And we can't just withdraw. There are 200,000 people, they are Ukrainians. It's our territory, we can't just run away. We didn't run away from the first day of this war. Why? We will do it today. But we are ready to speak about this free economic zone, maybe something, it can be something important for compromises to renovation of Ukraine and etc. But we are ready. They said, will you ready to do some steps? The question is what Russians are ready to do. We don't hear compromises from Russian side. We want to hear from them something. And I think this is important.
Before you carry on, can I just ask you about two press
Our
reports?
people under pressure, by the way,
Of
about
course.
the pressure. Our people, Ukrainians under
Of course,
pressure.
they're being killed. The FT reports that you are prepared to announce a plan for presidential elections and a referendum on a peace deal, that you're prepared to announce that even potentially by the end of this month. True or false?
Something new for me.
So you don't know.
It was new for me. Yes, I think I answered already on this question, but I can repeat. First of all, of course, nobody support elections during the war. It's something strange. I said it about so many times. Then I said, if American side will push this signal, I'm ready to show that we are ready for this. Okay, give us, I'm very honest, give us 2 months of ceasefire, we will go to elections. That's it. Give us ceasefire, give us security infrastructure. Maybe not 2 months, but we need a lot of days to prepare. Then give us possibility, our soldiers to vote, how they can, defend our lives, our country, and at the same moment to vote. This is something difficult. Even not, this is strange. It's something very difficult, and I don't know who has such experience. We don't have it. And we can't compare. Sometimes I heard, sometimes I heard, yes, we had elections in the United States during Lincoln's time and etc. How we can compare it? We have missiles, our people under missiles. It's not just land war, a lot of missiles. We're under ballistic attacks. So give us ceasefire. President Trump can do it. Push Putin, make ceasefire, then our parliament will change the law and we will go to elections. If they need them, if Americans need elections in Ukraine, and if Russians need elections in Ukraine, we are open for this.
Secretary General,
But we can also give ceasefire for Russians if they will do elections in Russia.
Secretary General, even the Chinese...
This is why he is...
But that's his previous and his current strength, right? Communication. Can I ask you, even the Chinese foreign minister, as he was talking and addressing today, did the whole Russian trope about having to talk about the historical reasons and the preconditions and this and that for a ceasefire. What do you see as the vital security guarantees that need to be in place? And so far, Russia has said no to even an international monitoring force of Europeans. So what do you see is a realistic security guarantee?
Well, let's first of all, answering to the Wang Yi, to the Chinese thing, conclude together that there was absolutely no reason whatsoever for the Russians to invade Ukraine. Not in 2014 with Crimea, not a full-scale onslaught on Ukraine starting late February 2022. So this is absolutely not true. Then, when it comes to security guarantees, the first thing which is crucial is for NATO, that NATO came back together. The last couple of days, there has been a huge shift in mindset within NATO, where the Europeans are now taking more of a leadership role in NATO, where the Europeans take more responsibility for their own defense, and this is making us stronger because it anchors the United States stronger in the NATO alliance. It answers a request from them, and for Ukraine to stay strong, it is important that the 32 NATO allies are stronger together. So I really believe NATO is stronger now than it was ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And we are now ready also to help Ukraine, not as an alliance. We will do that individual allies. And this brings me to the security guarantees. We need security guarantees at 3 levels. Level 1 is the Ukrainian armed forces. They have to be so strong and so well trained. And of course, they are already battle hardened that they can, first of all, of course, defend themselves. Then we need, and this is the leadership of Macron and Starmer within Europe, the coalition of the willing, many other countries participating in Europe, Canada, and also, by the way, more and more the US getting involved. We'll come to that, but the coalition of the willing, nations in NATO, but also outside NATO, working together to make sure that they will contribute whatever is necessary to make sure that Putin will never ever to try again invade Ukraine after a peace deal or a long-term ceasefire. So no repeat of Budapest 94, no repeat of Minsk 2014-2015. And then the third element is the Americans. It was a crucial moment when the American President Trump said in August, I want to be part of that. I want to be participating. And then we articulated, the Ukrainians and the Americans and the coalition of the willing, what that will be. And this is exactly as the President said, as Volodymyr said. In January, we had a meeting in Paris, very successful, with the Americans, where I would say 95, 96, 97% of the security guarantees now done. So this is crucial, because that means that when that peace deal is there, we can make sure collectively, with the Ukrainian armed forces as the first line of defense, that the Russians will not attack again. But obviously, to do that, you need Putin to play ball. What I am seeing, what the Americans are doing consistently since February, under President Trump's leadership, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, is they are testing the Russians to see whether they are serious.
Yeah, but this has been going on for a year.
Hey,
how much testing?
We can have as much criticism as you want on the present American government, but I'm going to defend them there. Here.
No, it's a question.
I know.
It's a question,
But in the question, I hear some criticism.
I
don't mind.
How long do you test? This has been the deadliest year for Ukraine.
But here's the thing. If we agree that only the American president was able to break the deadlock with Putin, I think it was only him, because he is the leader of the mightiest nation on earth, a quarter of the world economy, the mightiest military on earth. He did that in February. He broke the deadlock. And no one expected this to end soon. It is an extremely difficult situation we are dealing with. And the most important issue here is not Zelensky or the Ukrainian team. They are willing to play ball. They want this to end as soon as possible. Nobody wants to prolong this. So it is the Russians who have to play ball. And this is exactly why the Lindsey Graham Blumenthal law now, or whatever you call it in the US, law or
the sanctions bill.
The sanctions bill you have now in the Senate is so important. What the president did himself, putting sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, what he did with the secondary sanctions on India and China when it comes to oil delivery, so still oil buying from Russia. This is all important. This is putting pressure on the Russians. The Europeans doing that with their sanction packages. One problem: China is the main sanction circumventer in the world, and therefore the main contributor to Russia, to the war effort. Of course, together with North Korea and Iran and Belarus, but China is playing that role. We should not be naive.
Senator Wicker, as far as I gather, and you can confirm, that Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not choose to go to the special Berlin format meeting of all the President Zelensky, Mark Rutte, and the other leaders. What do you think that signals? And do you think, as Secretary General Rutte says, that the United States is absolutely committed to a fair and just peace and is willing to do the work for it? When I say the United States, I mean this administration.
I take the Secretary of State's statement on face value. I don't think it matters very much. But let me say this. Vladimir Putin has not yet negotiated in good faith. Never once. Vladimir Putin started this war. He's a war criminal. And as you've pointed out, he started committing more war crimes this year by attacking civilians. He will begin to negotiate in good faith only when he is hurting enough. And that's what these oil sanctions may do. That's what more serious, more decisive and skillful weaponry may do. Okay. But he will not negotiate in good faith and has not yet said one word about actually ending this war in a meaningful way that will be
and we are
lasting.
just about to head to the 5th anniversary, so it's an important and serious situation. President Metsola, you heard Secretary General Rutte talk about, and we've read in the press, about certain American commands in NATO being transferred to Europeans. Is Europe ready for that? Does Europe welcome that? Is that the beginning of a, I don't know how to call it anymore, a decoupling, a de-risking, a going your own way? I know you're shaking your head, and we'll get to you.
I don't see it like that. I think we're living in a time of new geopolitics, and everything that we're used to is over in all respects. I was particularly struck by what President Zelensky said in his speech, where he said that the one aim of President Putin is to cause division. There is nothing that keeps him going before his people more than a rhetoric that the US and the Europeans are split, that the European countries between them are not aligned. I will not fall into that trap. What I will say is that the European Union has, perhaps better late than never, after years of perhaps doing less, stood up to say that we need to do more. We need to spend more. We need to create more. We need to help Ukraine develop more. And if we manage that, then how NATO is run, I'll leave that to your capable hands, Mark. But from a European perspective, we would also be able to be ready for anything. And readiness is in itself a deterrence. If we are going to be really, let's say, forward-looking and self-confident, I think we also lost that in the last few years, that we are able to have enough tools to stand up and be counted, then the US cannot go alone, just like we could not go alone. And this is something that we need to be able to say if we want to send a message for Russia and Putin's administration. And the cynicism with which we are discussing elections in Ukraine. When did we have fair elections in Russia? When are we going to be able to say that if there are bombs falling on cities, you cannot force those people without electricity to go to vote? And this is a cynical plot that we're falling into, and we absolutely should not allow it to. So it is this moment where we have to pick it up.
I've been told 3 more minutes, so I want to ask you a question and then give you, President, the last word. Just quickly, after the Davos speech, after Prime Minister Carney talked about, a rupture and having to have a new arrangement, you said to your members, if you think that we can manage our own security without the United States, you're dreaming. Is that your position now, or do you think there does need to be some kind of moving away from...
What I'm seeing is a total unity of vision coming together in 2 steps. Step 1 was the summit in The Hague, where we agreed to spend 5% on defense, 3.5% on core defense. That for the first time in history will equalize what the Europeans are spending with what the Americans are spending. What I'm hearing from the Americans, everybody in America understands why NATO is important not only for Europe or Canada, but also for the safety and collective security of the United States itself. They are completely committed to Article 5. There is one big expectations that the Europeans would step up, spend more, and that happened in The Hague. What then happened over the last couple of weeks, and I saw the culmination of this with the defense ministers this week, with Rich Colby, the main policy guy in the Pentagon, speaking there, the Undersecretary of War. What I saw there is a unity of vision, saying Europe will gradually take more responsibility for its own defense. Europe will take more of a leadership role within NATO, but completely with the US anchored in NATO, having a strong a conventional and, of course, nuclear presence in Europe going forward. But acknowledging collectively that the United States has more to take care of than Europe, also the Indo-Pacific, also their own hemisphere. And that's only logical, and we need that, and that's why I was speaking yesterday with the defense minister of Japan, the foreign minister of Japan, good to see you, the foreign minister of Japan. Today, I was on the phone with the president of Korea this week. I will meet the Australians and the New Zealanders here, because there is that strong connection and cooperation between NATO and Indo-Pacific. It's only right for the US to also pivot more there. But there will be, going forward, a strong presence here in Europe of the United States, both nuclear and conventional, but it's totally logic. This is one of the richest places in the world, Europe. We have huge economies, that we take more care of our own defense, take more leadership there, and that is the reason why in NATO, and this started a couple of years ago, that now a discussion has been finalized where the joint force commands will over time be led by Europeans, and the component commands, so AirCom and MARCOM and LANDCOM, will be led by the Americans, and the Supreme Allied Commander being an American going forward. So this is crucial. NATO absolutely today stronger than ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Last word to you, Mr. President. How do you think this year is going to go? Let's take the next 6 months.
Let's think about tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Really, and the day after tomorrow, how it will be. We will support peace dialogue if United States will stay, I hope, will stay in negotiation panels and dialogues. It's important for us. I hope that we will involve more and we will work on it, more European colleagues. Then I really hope that we will have support from the United States, from administration and Congress on security guarantees. We need their votings. I hope that we will have security guarantees very, very clear for, but first of all for our people, that our people will know what will be if Russia will come again. What answer will our strongest supporter, United States, strategic partner, will answer? What answer will European leaders will do if the aggression will be again? This is very important. Then we really want to work on EU membership. And I know that some European leaders are not happy with my rhetoric and messages. I'm sorry, but I will continue, because we need we are very thankful, it's true. We are very thankful, but we can't save only by saying thank you, can't save our lives. That's why I'm very honest. For us, it's very important to have a date for our membership. Otherwise, after this war will end, I'm sure that it will end, Putin will do everything. Doesn't matter what he will negotiate. He will do everything by his hands or by hands of some not big countries, but very ambitious leaders. He will do everything by using them to block our EU membership. That's why I want very much to have signing by Americans, Russians, Europeans, and Ukrainians in this 20 points plan where the date is written. I think this is very important for our nation. And of course, we will, all this month, first of all, we will strengthen our soldiers, and we'll do our best for our civilians. What can I say? The unity is very important, and the United States is important. They have only to make Ukraine stronger than Russia.
Okay.
Thank you.
On that note, Mr. President, Secretary General, President of the Parliament, Senator Ricker, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue momentarily in the main conference hall. Please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated in the main conference hall.
realized that the risks posed by nuclear deterrence far outweigh its contributions to peace. They realized that the system that requires zero mistakes and constant correction to avoid total destruction is not a guarantee, it is a gamble. President Ronald Reagan stated, and I quote, "A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought," end of the quote. And John F. Kennedy said that, and I quote, "The weapons of war must be abolished before they abolish us," end of the quote. So this was not about left or right, it was about doing the right thing. This collective realization led to an international agreement to undertake a gradual, verifiable process of nuclear disarmament. Treaties were signed, and nuclear arsenals were dramatically reduced. But now the tide is turning. Nuclear powers have forgotten the lessons of the past, and they are expanding their nuclear arsenals once again. Together, they are spending more than $11 million every single hour on them. And experts estimate that the US alone will invest $946 billion in nukes over the next decade, enough to eradicate extreme global poverty. In my view, this is a mistake, a historical error that we cannot commit again, particularly not today, with artificial intelligence casting a shadow of uncertainty over the entire world. That is why I would like to humbly ask all these powerful nations, please stop nuclear rearmament. Sit down, negotiate, and sign a new START treaty to ensure continuity of the one that has just expired. As a non-nuclear country that has witnessed nuclear bombs accidentally being dropped on its territory back in 1966, I beg you, prevent the launch of a new arms race while it is possible. Humanity will be forever grateful if you do, and it will heavily judge you if you don't. We need to stop Putin. We need to strengthen our deterrence capabilities, but let us do it in a coordinated and targeted way that we can control. Let's build a true European army, not in 10 years, but now. Spain will join with all the resources that are needed. Let's strengthen our multilateral system, reforming and empowering those institutions that, despite their flaws, have succeeded in maintaining peace in the West for decades. And also, let's invest in the values of solidarity, empathy, and cooperation that have brought us this far. Because the rearmament that we most urgently need in the world is a moral one. Thank you.
I'd love to invite the rest of our panelists to join us. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those comments. I'd like to also welcome our other panelists to the stage. Finland's President, Alexander Stubb, the U.S. Senator from the great state of Delaware, Chris Coons, and Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen. Great to see you. I just want to pick up on that point, Prime Minister, because you're talking about Vladimir Putin and you're talking about nuclear strength. You're also discussing how Europe can best defend itself. Walk me through this, because Spain is lagging behind in its NATO spending, and you have the fastest growing economy in the Eurozone. Walk us through that. How does that make sense?
Well, first of all, there are trade-offs that we disagree when it comes to this 5% of GDP in defense. Second, I do believe that we need also to focus on capabilities and contributions. And as I said earlier, of course, we have doubled not only the presence of Spanish soldiers in NATO missions, but also we have tripled the investments on defense expenditure when it comes to our GDP. But last but not least, I think that what we need to do in the coming years is to strengthen the European pillar of NATO, within NATO. And
how do you do that without spending?
No, we can do it. But what we have to do is to strengthen the European defense industry. And that means that paradoxically, if we agree with this idea of 5%, At the end of the day, we will become more dependent on the US defense industry. And that is why I think that we need to focus more on not only how much do we spend, but how much do we spend together and therefore better. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is that the challenge that we have within the European Union is how do we strengthen the European pillar within NATO.
President Stubb, are you buying that?
I'm buying a lot of defense equipment, that's for sure. No, I mean, the starting point is that, we are, of course, a new member in the alliance and hopefully a security provider rather than a security consumer. And there's a reason why our path towards membership was so quick. We basically made ourselves NATO compatible ever since the beginning of the 1990s by purchasing, for instance, at the time, 64 F-18 fighter jets. And probably because we were not members of NATO, we kept our defense expenditure up. But I always stress that it's not always about the percentages, it's about the capabilities. And what we've tried to do in Finland is to set up basically the strongest Arctic force that we have within the alliance, which is trying to stave off a possible security threat coming from Russia. And in that sense, when NATO's defense expenditure goes up to 5%, when America asks us to take more responsibility for our own defense, as a Finn, I'm actually quite pleased with that.
Prime Minister, I was going to kick off with you, so I apologize. In your mind, when we're talking about security, when we're talking about defense, how likely is it that you're going to have to defend Greenland?
So nice to be on stage with you.
Thank you.
And nice to be with my allies and my friends and my partners. Well, let me put it this way. I mean, if one NATO country attacks another NATO country, then NATO ends.
It's game over.
Then it's game over. So I hope I answer your question by that. Coming back to the other question, I mean, what does it take to defend NATO? I think we have to look at, our circumstances. So it's quite clear we have an eastern flank. It will not be over. I mean, even if we succeed in having some kind of a peace deal, our problem is that Putin don't want peace with us. So he's going, I'm sorry guys, he will continue. He will continue in Ukraine, or he will try to continue somewhere else. So we have an eastern flank, and it's going to be very expensive. We have a southern flank, because we have to count terrorism. And at some stage, we will see migration being used as a weapon, as we have seen from Belarus into Lithuania, or in Finland, or in Poland. We have a flank when it comes to new technologies, AI, space, quantum physics, and we have a northern flank when it comes to the high north and the Arctic region. And when you look at all these challenges, I mean, now we spend 3.5% of our GDP in Denmark on defense. I'm not sure it will be enough, because my responsibility as a European leader is not only to protect my own country or the region where I belong together with you, Alexander. It is my responsibility to protect the entire NATO. So I think 3.5, as we agreed on. Unfortunately, we agreed on 2035. It will be too late. So for me, the 3.5 is now, latest by 2030, and maybe it won't be enough.
You think you can convince your Spanish colleague?
I don't think I have to convince Pedro on anything. I agree with you, Pedro, that this is also a question about what kind of capabilities can we actually buy. We have a problem transatlantic with our industrial base. I mean, some of the capabilities that we have decided to invest in when it comes to the Arctic region cannot be delivered from US because the speed is simply not in production lines. We have exactly the same problem in Europe. They don't have in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, they are able to produce faster and better than the rest of us, even though they are at war. It's not only because they are really clever guys, they are, by the way, and not only because they received money from us and other partners, it's also because we work too slow. So let me just finish by saying, I mean, we know how it is to work with capability targets within NATO. Maybe next time when we have capability targets, we should we should get them into industrial targets immediately. So we know where the gaps are, we know where we need to invest more, and it has, of course, also to be in our European defense industry.
You were talking about flanks, northern flank, southern flank. What about the western flank? What is the threat in your mind to Greenland today? I know you're going to be speaking with Secretary of State Rubio. Has the crisis passed?
No, unfortunately not. I think the desire from the US president is exactly the same. He is very serious about this theme. And as you know, I disagree with him. And we disagree, of course, as a Kingdom of Denmark. And by the way, Europe disagree because we have received a lot of support and help. And I know some American friends do disagree as well. I do agree that we need to do more collectively when it comes to security in the Arctic region. And by the way, Arctic is a very big area. And if you look at the challenges on stage right now, it's more actually in another direction. But at some point, we will see some challenges around Greenland as well. But I mean, now we have Arctic Sentry. So while we are here in Munich, the day before, we decided within NATO to start Arctic Sentry. I think it's the right framework. And we have a lot of commitments from the Arctic states in NATO and other allies to be now permanent present in and around Greenland. And that's a very, very important step forward.
And just to be clear, can you put a price on Greenland? Because he's trying to.
Of course not. Can you put a price on a part of Spain or a part of US or a part of anywhere else in the world? I mean, we are in, this is some of the most basic democratic values and principles. We have to respect sovereign states. The Kingdom of Denmark is a sovereign state, of course. And we have to respect people's right for self-determination. And the Greenlandic people have been very clear. They don't want to become Americans. They want to stay as a Greenlandic people, and I, of course, support them in that.
Senator, you have the unenviable task of defending America's position at this point. In your mind, where do we go from here?
Forward. We've always had the challenge. Look, for decades, we've had the challenge of not committing enough resources to our collective defense. Today, we have an abundance of resources. As we've discussed, capabilities, coordination, and trust are now our core challenges. I'm the lead Democrat on defense appropriations. We appropriated $850 billion in the bill just signed by President Trump. We are committing resources. NATO has stepped forward and made bold commitments to Ukraine, to collective security, to investment in new systems. We've got the resources. Now we need to be smarter about it, and we need to find ways together to tackle the domains where some of us have strength and some of us have weaknesses. In order for us to be successful in this century, AI, quantum, space, telecommunications are critical, but so too is the high north, the Arctic. So too is figuring out how we manage a path forward that is not just rooted in a shared culture and history, but in shared values and principles. Because that is what ties us as well to Korea, to Japan, to Australia, to Singapore. Around the world, we are desirable as partners for trading and for security, not because of ethnicity or faith or language or historic civilization roots, but because of the restraint on executive power, the separation of powers in our democratic governments, and respect for principles like sovereignty and self-determination. You asked me to defend the American position. I will tell you, only 17% of Americans want to in any way be involved in threatening Greenland. The vast majority of Americans saw this as a foolish gambit. NATO is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. We were able to appropriate significantly for NATO, for collective defense, for Ukraine. We should do more, and we will, because it remains popular with the American people. And last, I'll remind you, it was then Senator Rubio who introduced an amendment to our annual defense authorization law that prevents any one president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. And we have added amendments this year that require certain troop levels and requires certain consultation. The American people know that our security and our future lies with NATO and lies with this community of shared principles.
When I interviewed Vladimir Putin in 2021, he told me, among many other things, that he had already deployed hypersonic missiles on a submarine in the Arctic. President Stubb, how complicated is the situation today, and more specifically, how much danger are we in from Russia?
I mean, to start off with, you always have to look at a silver lining in extremely complicated situations. If the outcome of what happened in Davos and what we've seen with Greenland in the past few months is a stronger Arctic presence for NATO, stronger Arctic security, then I think we've done quite well. But just like Mette said, the Arctic is a huge area. There are basically 8 countries that have Arctic ownership. 7 of them are in NATO, including, of course, Canada and the United States, with the Nordics. The biggest security conglomerate that we have right now in the Arctic is Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So we're very focused on that. Just to give you an example, next week there's going to be an Arctic training with 25,000 NATO soldiers, 5,000 from the US in northern Norway and in northern Finland. And of course, we're not doing this just to showcase, but we are looking at different scenarios. And I think the importance of Norway, Finland, and Sweden up there, including, of course, Denmark, is that the biggest center of nuclear weapons from Russia are in the Koala Peninsula and in Murmansk. If you ask me the question, how big is the danger? Russia is not going to test the resolve of Article 5. There's a reason why we deter. There's a reason why a country like Finland has one of the largest militaries in NATO. On the eastern flank that has been talked about, there's Turkey, Ukraine, Poland, and Finland. I don't see a direct security threat coming from Russia right now, but I'm so in agreement with Mette that when the war is over in Ukraine, the threat is not going to reduce for the rest of Europe or for Central Asia or the Southern Caucasus, because the inherent DNA of Russia and Putin is imperialism and expansion.
Prime Minister Sanchez, you're hearing these comments from your NATO colleagues. In your mind, how do you defend your position when it comes to Russia, when it comes to not spending more?
No, actually, we are spending more, and we are sending troops to the eastern flank of Europe, and we are committed, of course, with security and the territorial integrity of the eastern part of Europe and, of course, of Ukraine. And when it comes to the Greenland, of course, we express our support to the Kingdom of Denmark. No, I think at the end of the day, there is a debate of whether we are sticking to the rules of an international order based in rules, if we stick to the UN Charter principles or not. And I think that when it comes to values and principles, we need to defend those values and principles. And let's not forget that, of course, we have to think about the eastern flank. Of course, we have to think about the Arctic flank. But there's also a reality that you mentioned earlier, which is the southern flank. And for that, we need also to bridge understandings with other countries that belongs to other cultures and societies, that they need to understand from the Western world that we are engaged with them, that we don't accept double standards, that when it comes to territorial integrity, we defend that territorial integrity in Ukraine, but also in Gaza and in the West Bank. And the situation that, now the Palestinian people are facing in the West Bank is completely unacceptable. And I think that the leverage, the influence that the Western society and governments could play also in the southern flank is very, very important, also for the security and the geopolitical interests of the European Union, and of course, therefore, of the transatlantic relationship. So, all in all, we are committed. We are we have this solidarity with the eastern flank of Europe, but let's not forget that in the Madrid strategic concept, when we had the NATO summit, we also agreed upon this idea of 360-degree security approach. And I think that there's a lot of disagreement on that, and not a lot of unity when it comes foresee a potential solution in the conflict of the Middle East.
Senator Coons, I want to ask you specifically to sort of weigh on this. I did a panel yesterday on energy dominance and the future of Europe. 60% of LNG imports are coming from the United States. They were just in the Gulf countries. Mr. Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, talking to partners there, talking about increasing supplies. The last time I was in Russia, which was not too long ago, the Deputy Prime Minister, who is also the head of the energy file, for your information, said to me that the Americans were price gouging Europe when it comes to LNG. How do we defend that position? Because certainly Europeans are looking for other partners because, of course, they don't want to be in hock to one player when it comes to their energy.
Sure. Look, I think Europe should be seeking energy options where it can, but not from Russia. What is continuing to fund and fuel, literally, Putin's murderous war machine is those countries that continue to buy Russian oil and gas, the single largest buyer being China. China, through the provision of dual-use material and through the provision of funding, is the principal driver of what is sustaining Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I do think that the United States was able to provide robust LNG supplies now several years ago when the war began, was critical to Europe having an energy alternative. But at the end of the day, I think our future together is in developing the next generation of civil nuclear power, in finding pathways for energy security that do not also fuel aggression.
So no going back to Russian energy.
I'm not buying any Russian energy in the near future.
No, I mean, it just to make things clear, I don't think any of us, would I say, sensible Europeans would go back to Russian energy. What we did in Finland early on was to have a very diverse energy portfolio, including actually nuclear. And when Russian gas was cut off, it was 5 to 10% of our general grid, and most in industry. We were able to diversify, go immediately elsewhere. And I think the whole idea that energy binds us together and interdependence is now over. So we're looking at alternative solutions, I think, in Europe.
But when you think about this, you need, for heavy industry, you need a base load. And that's not going to come from wind or solar. In your mind, are we going to have to really do a rethink in Europe? And you're seeing that happening now a bit, but a rethink of those climate goals and realistically, pragmatically look at the energy.
Okay, I didn't think this was a climate panel, but we can go there as well. I think the starting point is that energy consumption is not going to reduce. And the second starting point is that the transition period from fossil fuels to renewables or clean energy is going to take time, and for that we will need innovation. I still firmly believe that climate change is real. I personally also believe that it is a threat, and I think that those countries that do the conversion through finance, regulation and innovation are going to be ahead of the curve, because we're going to suffocate on fossil fuels before too long.
Senator Coons, would you concede that Donald Trump's moves, at least in terms of the oil market, and pushing sanctions with India, pushing sanctions with those who are still consuming Russian oil, have had great effect in damaging President Putin's war machine?
It's taken too long to get there, but yes, when President Trump imposed sanctions on two of the largest Russian oil companies and has moved to impose additional sanctions, that's very welcome and broadly supported in Congress. It's the pressure on Putin that is needed to move the war of aggression against Ukraine towards a just and sustainable resolution. Regrettably, President Trump has dedicated as much time to pushing Ukraine to make concessions. I am very grateful that our European partners have stepped up to provide the resources, the weaponry, much of which bought from the United States. But we have to balance this equation and push Putin, raise the costs of this war for him, or he will not conclude. And we have to achieve through negotiation, and we had a meeting earlier today with President Zelensky, a just and sustainable peace, or Putin will simply start again. So we have to be clear-eyed about the costs and risks to all of our security of not succeeding in finally stopping Putin now through a just and sustainable peace.
In your mind, is the United States doing enough there? Because right now,
No.
I'm sure you all are aware, people are actually freezing in Ukraine because of the damage that President Putin has done to their energy infrastructure. I know the Europeans have made many commitments, but in terms of the United States, what more can we do?
One of the things that USAID was doing in Ukraine, well and at scale, was helping repair the energy grid helping to regrow the agricultural economy for export, helping not just sustain but grow Ukraine's economy. When we step back from that, we step back from being a critical partner in Ukraine's viability and in its resiliency in the face of these just merciless attacks on civilian infrastructure. Think about it. The response by Putin to Trump rolling out the red carpet in Alaska was waves and waves of attacks to leave women, children, families in the dark and cold. His answer is clear. Our actions have to be clear as well. We need to do more to put pressure on Putin.
Prime Minister.
And I mean, it shows exactly what this is all about. I mean, if he wanted peace, he wouldn't do what he's doing these days. I mean, and can you imagine? I mean, it's like minus 25 degrees, and then you attack the energy system. I mean, it's so crazy that only Russians would do such a thing. But this is how Russia is, and it will not change. It will not change. And the only language they understand is if we are as tough as they are. And I think our problem in Ukraine is still that there are still red lines when it comes to the weapons they can use to win this war. And you cannot win a war with the one hand tied on your back. So, I mean, we need to give them weapons so they can strike into Russia. We have had this discussion for several years. We are still discussing it. I mean, for the last 3 years on this conference, I have said, why are we not providing them the air defense that they need? And everybody is doing like this. They still lack air defense. You cannot protect a country without air defense. We know exactly what we need to deliver, including, of course, membership of NATO, because if they were a NATO member now, if we had been able to take that decision in Vilnius, we would be in a completely different situation now. So we know what to do, but first of all, we have to recognize, we have to understand, we have to learn that Russia will not change, and they are not interested in peace, unfortunately.
Is making Ukraine a member of NATO, President Stubb, the answer?
Well, in the long run, yeah, one of them, I think. I mean, just two assessments. One is the situation and what to do, and I'm completely on the same page with Mette here. First, what's the situation? I mean, let's change the narrative of the war around, because there's still some people that say that Putin is winning this war, and I fundamentally disagree. Look, the strategic aims of Putin was to take over Ukraine, make it Russian. It became European. His strategic aim was to not allow NATO to enlarge. Well, got Finland and Sweden. And his strategic aim was to keep European defense expenditure down, and we're now at 5%. So it's a total strategic failure from Russia's part. Secondly, he's failing militarily. We look at the acquirement of territory. In the first year, in 2014, it was 12% because of the Green Men in the Crimean Peninsula and some in Luhansk and Donetsk. Since then, 8% of Ukrainian territory in 12 years. Last 2 years, 1% of Ukrainian territory. And what is the cost of this? In December, 35,000 Russian soldiers died. In January, 30,000 Russian soldiers died. That's 65,000 soldiers dead in 2 months. Compare that to Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union was for 10 years, and they had 18,000 dead. So it's been a military failure as well, and the Ukrainians are capable now of fighting back. But Mette is 100% right. We need to provide Ukraine with the continued necessary means to do that. Finally, it's been an economic failure for Putin. Reserves are out, growth is zero, inflation is double digits, and interest rates are 16%. So he doesn't want to end this war, not because he thinks he can advance, because he's not advancing. He doesn't want to end this war because the political and social cost of bringing the soldiers back is too high. And then we come to the question to what do we do? Number one, increase the economic pressure, sanctions, maritime services, shadow fleet, hit as hard as you possibly can. And secondly, keep on providing Ukraine with all the necessary means, including tomahawks. And then we will bring this home and Ukraine will win this war.
Prime Minister.
I agree with the points from you, Alexander, but I think, talking about the number of losses, 35,000, if it would be in one of our countries, it would be a major disaster. and we would never be able to forgive ourselves. But it's Russia, and they don't count soldiers by the number of 35,000. I think we have to compare with Second World War and the numbers they lost there. So for them, 35,000, I mean, we cannot compare ourselves with the mindset in Moscow. And unfortunately, I mean...
Well, unfortunately, if you look at the newspapers, they're more concerned with the price of cucumbers.
Yeah, and probably identity more than anything else. And unfortunately for us, I mean, the help they get from Iran, the help they get from North Korea and from China. And it will help them to continue. So therefore, I agree with the points you make, because we need to push them back, and it can only be done by adding more pressure economically, of course, but also militarily, and maybe most important militarily.
Prime Minister.
So I think that within the European Union we understood quite well what were the reasons behind the invasion. Not only an attack to a third country, Ukraine, but also an attack against the European Union as a whole, as a political project. So that is why I think that it was clear for all governments within the European Union that we need to stick together, united, and of course defending Ukraine and its territorial integrity and freedom. But we need to do more. I think that we need to face the reality that within some years, in the near future, we will need to enlarge the European Union and to get Ukraine.
Many would say that's a problem, because that was what galvanized the situation in the first place.
No. I think that there's a, as I said earlier, I think we need to understand that this is not only a challenge against Ukraine, it's also a challenge against the European Union as a whole, as a political project, as a democratic and freedom space within, of course, our continent. So therefore, I think that we need to face that reality. We need to do also our internal structural reforms in order to be more efficient. We need also to increase our competitiveness when it comes to the European Union economy, and therefore to have enough resources in order to increase our deterrence capabilities. And let me add just one thing. There's also in politics like a qualitative, let's say, issues. The debate about Greenland and the territorial integrity, somehow for other countries, not in the Western societies or of course in Russia, but in the global South, in the so-called global South, perhaps it has legitimized somehow what Putin is doing. So I think it is important from the European Union to stick together, to be united, and to say clearly to our friends in the US that territorial integrity is something that we must all respect without any doubt. And therefore, I think it was important to see that we are moving forward, that we are overcoming this situation, because somehow we gave reasons to Putin. And this is something that is weakening us when it comes to the global South. And let me just conclude by saying that, of course, we need to do all this stuff when it comes to Russia and Putin. But we need also to engage in all these global public debates that we have on climate, on global health, on poverty and inequality. These are things that countries and societies from the global South are asking Western societies and governments to face and respond effectively. And my concern is that we're not there. We're just looking at ourselves, of course talking about Russia,
navel
but
gazing,
not talking about other things.
Senator, I want to ask you this specifically. Earlier we heard from Lindsey Graham. He said that with an expletive, nobody cares about Greenland anymore. We're over it. Would you agree? Is the president over Greenland in your mind?
I don't speak for President Trump, but I'll say part of why I thought it was urgent for me to lead a large and bipartisan delegation from the House and the Senate to meet with the Prime Minister and other Danish ministers, Greenlandic leaders, several weeks ago, was to send a strong signal that this does not reflect majority American opinion, to express gratitude. We laid a wreath of memory, a memorial wreath at Castellet at the monument to the 52 Danes who served alongside Americans and other NATO troops and gave their lives in sacrifice in Afghanistan and Iraq. I don't know what the president is thinking, but if this moment produces greater joint investment through NATO in Arctic security, produces an investment by American companies in the sustainable development of Greenland's resources on Greenland's terms and within the framework of the Kingdom of Denmark, that will be a positive thing. But, as I said at the outset, the things that NATO needs to thrive, resources, we have them, coordination of capabilities, we need them, trust. The thing we need to deliver is a restored trust. Because at the end of the day, Article 5 has only been invoked once in our defense. And the delegation that is here from Congress, it's very large. I encourage you to connect with any of us. The commitment to Article 5 and to our collective security as something that is our source of security and prosperity, not some charity to Europe. It is what has strengthened us, is very strong among the American people and the American Congress.
Is there a chance that the NATO alliance is stronger at the end of Donald Trump's second term than it was before?
I hope and pray so, and will work for it to be so. And as President Stubb said, Putin has failed strategically. NATO is bigger. NATO is better funded. NATO is more experienced. And I think NATO is going to be more clear-eyed. We are, yes, going through a difficult time here in terms of trust. But the exercise you were referencing, the work on the eastern flank, the southern flank, in the space above us in the high north, we are working more closely together than ever. And I think the clarity of the threat of Russia and the clarity of the challenge of AI, the PRC, and other challenges in the world should leave us stronger than ever on the other side of this period.
Yeah, we could probably, if we look now 3 years ahead of the Trump term, and I think we could set a goal to determine whether NATO is stronger or not. I think goal number 1 is the 5% mark, and I think a lot of countries are moving towards that at 3.5% plus 1.5. Number 2, I think we should have a stronger Arctic security element, just like Chris said. And number 3, I think we should strengthen the European pillar of NATO, because what America is asking us now is to take more responsibility for our defense. So if NATO right now is, say, 60-40, let's see if we are at 50-50 or 40-60 in terms of us doing more of the conventional stuff. We're still dependent on the American nuclear umbrella. Then I think NATO will have strengthened. But I think the issue of trust is something that we need to work on, as we always do in relationships.
Trust in perhaps polite language. Earlier we heard from Secretary Rubio, and I quote, "We have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline." Now, if you take a step back and look at this from the economics, purely from the numbers, when we look at Europe's share of GDP over the last 20 years, it's significantly declined. In your mind, is Europe ready to get its act together? Because if you want, it's kind of pay to play. If you want to project a strong foreign policy, you have to be able to pay for it. You need strong economies.
You're asking a question from the second happiest country in the world and the happiest country in the world. You know,
who better to answer this?
So, are you third? No,
well, they're very happy.
Yeah. No, I sometimes, sometimes when I hear the discourse, especially of economists who are looking at accrued GDP as the save-all measurements, I think us coming from Nordic countries, we value welfare societies, which are a combination of open market economies and then clear safety nets. And if I look at our Gini coefficient, if I look at all the measures of international data, which 5 countries are in top 10, whether it's justice, whether it's least corrupt, whether it's open, whether it's welfare, whether it's environment, whether it's open media, gender equality, they are the Nordics. So I don't buy the argument that we're doing bad. I'm actually bloody happy.
And Prime Minister Sanchez, with your continually growing economy, I guess you're pretty happy.
Well, not only that. I mean, we have sun, we have great, great weather in Spain.
Visa.
But just let me add one thing. I don't understand why some, personalities of the U.S. administration see the reality of the European Union project as a threat. Because I think that, this is a fact. I think it's one of the biggest accomplishments of the 20th century. And what we have decided within the European Union is to moving forward. And I think this is for the good of the global stability and the global peace. So therefore, I don't understand why we are seen as a threat.
I don't think you're seen as a threat by the administration. You're seen as a burden, which suggests to me you need better PR.
No, I think that there's some look at the European Union and wishing to have a more fragmented European Union, while at least these three representatives of the European Union were looking and working for a strongest European Union, no? And therefore, we need also to deepen our single market. We need to open ourselves to other regions, such as, this free trade agreement that we reached with Mercosur, and therefore, we need to move in this direction. So this is a reality, and the U.S. need to accept this fact, this reality, that in the future, what they will have in Europe is a more integrate Europe and European Union. So I think this is...
I'm seeing agreement from the President and Prime Minister. So do you think Donald Trump sees Europe as a threat? The European project?
Well, I think we need to... I mean, you know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and by definition transatlanticist. So I really try to work at the transatlantic relationship. But I want to deal with the world as it is, not as I wish it would be. And I think we need to read the national security strategy of the US in November very carefully. And it has two strands. One is an ideological MAGA strand, where there is a thought that European integration is not necessarily a good thing. Accept that. And I think President Trump would agree with that. Secondly, there's a policy strand, which is America first, and then there's a pecking order. The Western Hemisphere comes first, second is in the Indo-Pacific, third is Europe, fourth is the Middle East, and five is Africa. So now we need to work on this plane, and I think we need to tie ourselves very closely with interests, with values, because ideology is shifting a little bit. So let's just work on this pragmatically.
Prime Minister.
You were asking, about NATO, and let's be honest, the only time in history where the majority of the Europeans and the Americans have been safe is when we had NATO. It's the only time in history. And of course, defense and deterrence, and therefore capabilities and economy, is a big part of that. But Article 5 is the most important thing. And there's only once in our history where we had to activate Article 5. That was because what happened in the US. The rest of the time, we have been able to provide freedom, democracy, prosperity, and wealth only because of wordings in Article 5. Because all our enemies knows that if they attack us, they will attack all of us. So spending is important, and our industrial base has to be scaled up, and we have to speed up, we have to spend much more. But maybe the most important thing, when that is secured by us as political leaders, that is our unity. And therefore to question the transatlantic relationship, or to threaten allies, or to do anything that will undermine the idea of Article 5 will be a threat to all of us. So let's stick together. That's my short advice.
And Senator, just to wrap us up, I've been coming to this conference a long time. So have you. How encouraged are you by hearing these remarks?
Look, I think it's important for us to hear each other and to remember our history, our shared sacrifice, and the potential that lies in front of us. Our adversaries are collaborating and cooperating much more closely than before. Iran, North Korea, China are supporting Russia's war of aggression, learning from it, and preparing for future aggression, quite possibly. When President Truman signed the NATO treaty on behalf of the United States, he said people of courage and vision can still determine their own destiny. As I go back to the United States Congress, I will remind my colleagues of the sacrifice and investment by so many European and Canadian partners of ours in NATO to build better societies and to build a better future for all of us. And I'll remind them that if we follow your lead, we might be happier too.
Your Excellencies, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue shortly at 4 p.m. with the panel discussion Holding the Line, Defending Europe and Supporting Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue here in the main conference hall at 4 p.m. That's in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be closing the doors to the main conference hall. Please take your seats in the main conference hall now. the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Katarzyna Pisarska.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back here in Munich for an extremely timely debate, holding the line, defending Europe, and of course, securing Ukraine. We will have a fantastic lineup of speakers, but we will start with scene setting to our wonderful debate. I would like to invite Minister Boris Pistorius, the Federal Minister of Defense of Germany. Please, Minister, join us at the scene.
President Nauseda, Deputy Prime Minister Kaczka, Minister Sikorski, Senator Slotkin, Professor Psiaska, ladies and gentlemen, my mother was a passionate, freedom-loving politician who taught me a lot about our world. She was born in 1933, a year that marks a profound rupture in German and European history. She lived through the Second World War, the collapse of a murderous regime. She had to endure displacement and expulsion, experience the division of Germany and the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Like so many in her generation, she learned firsthand how quickly the tides can turn, how fragile freedom and peace can be. This experience of fragility of the existing order shaped her life and the decisions she made as a politician. Today, international politics is teaching us a similar lesson. Nothing can be taken for granted. Freedom is under attack around the globe, and the international order is crumbling. Wars and crises are on a rise across the planet. America's focus is shifting. With it, a central building block of European security is under reconstruction. Is that a reason for pessimism? To be frank, having the United States provide for our security was never supposed to be the norm. It was always an exception. Naturally, exceptional arrangements never last forever. They are not meant to. What I take from the latest US defense strategy and the NATO defense ministers' meeting this week is a sense of realistic, pragmatic, and, to be honest, sober optimism. The next chapter of our partnership depends on a clear and fair distribution of responsibilities. Europe must take the lead in providing robust conventional forces and take on greater responsibility for its own neighborhood, while the United States continues to contribute strategic and nuclear backing for the foreseeable future. The US has made this new burden sharing very clear, and Europe is acting. NATO is becoming more European so that it can remain transatlantic. The alliance needs to make sense for all members. Even the United States cannot act alone in today's world of emerging great powers. It needs allies. Having more than 30 of them all united in one powerful alliance is truly unique. It makes the United States stronger than any other of the great powers, and most importantly, stronger than its adversaries. But our alliance also needs to make sense for Europe. It depends on predictability. It depends on predictability of actions, and it depends on reliability of the American commitment. Questioning the territorial sovereignty and integrity of a NATO member state, excluding European allies from negotiations that are crucial to the security on the continent, all this damages our alliance and strengthens our adversaries, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also say a few words on Rubio's vision of the world's order. Secretary Rubio, yes, our international organizations have failed to solve many crises and conflicts. But the answer cannot be for a great power to go it alone. That might work in the short term. But in a world of more competing great powers, this will definitely not work in the long term. There's a much better way. Reforming and reinvigorating international organizations, just as Marco Rubio pointed out this morning too, so that they deliver what is crucial: peace and security. We can only do that together. Ladies and gentlemen, a strong and capable alliance is particularly crucial given the many interconnected threats and uncertainties we face. In Europe's southern neighborhood, we are confronted with a complex mix of fragile states and terrorism, as a recent resurgence of ISIS in Iraq has shown. It is easy but dangerous to overlook these simmering threats, considering the huge blow they can strike at both Europe's and America's security. In the East, we are faced with a highly armed and aggressive military power with the world's largest nuclear arsenal at its disposal. Russia is driven by raw power, revisionism, and egoism. Nowhere does this become more apparent than its brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. Moscow is not acting alone. It is pursuing the revisionist agenda by cooperating with China, Iran, North Korea. It is trying to use international fora such as BRICS and turn them into anti-Western blocs. Up north, Russia and China are getting ready to project military and economic power in the Arctic. In the event of an escalation in Europe, Russia would most likely use its northern fleet to open a second front, cut transatlantic supply chains, and threaten both sides of the Atlantic with nuclear submarines. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world of fragility, we cannot afford complacency. This is why Germany drastically increased its defense spending. To do so, we took a really huge step. We amended our constitution. This speaks volumes of how serious we are about our commitment to security and defense in and for Europe. We will reach our new defense spending target of 3.5% by 2029. We reformed our military service law. This will lead to a much stronger active forces and more resilient reserve. We are meeting NATO's targets on investment, procurement, and readiness. We have significantly scaled up investments in our defense industry, expanded production capacities, and streamlined our procurement processes. Germany today is guided by determination and strength. But one thing, ladies and gentlemen, never change. We will not act alone, but always in close coordination with our allies as a reliable partner. Division is weakness, especially when facing revisionist powers. We cannot allow internal or external powers to drive a wedge into our alliance. It is unity that gives us strength, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why Germany is working towards building unity at the heart of NATO and the heart of Europe. That is why we are deploying a full combat-ready brigade to Lithuania. That is why we are strengthening maritime security with Canada, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland in the North Atlantic. That is why we are now the largest supporter of Ukraine. And that is why our support for Ukraine will not waver, even as Putin's brutal war of aggression is entering its fifth year now. And when it comes to the future of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, 3 points are crucial in my view. First, we will keep looking for paths to a reliable peace, because Ukraine's future is fundamental, not just to European security, but to global security. We need a peace deal that safeguards both Ukraine's and our European interests. Second, the ball is in Putin's court. He is the one who is dragging out negotiations and is showing no willingness to compromise. He is shifting the cost of war to his own people. But he must not be mistaken. We will continue doing everything in our power to protect Ukraine as an independent, sovereign European nation. We will keep up the pressure politically, economically, and militarily. And third, we will have peace. And when, not if, this day comes, we will have to make this peace last. We will have to shield Ukraine from any potential future aggression by Russia. To accomplish this huge task, Ukraine needs substantial, reliable security guarantees. And it was, in fact, Marco Rubio who made an important point in 2014 before the US Senate. He reminded everyone that the 1994 Budapest Memorandum did ultimately not serve the purpose of providing for Ukraine's security. Quite the opposite. 20 years later, Russia invaded and annexed Crimea. Therefore, our lesson for today, ladies and gentlemen, must be we cannot afford another paper tiger like the Budapest Memorandum. To provide credible and reliable security guarantees, all of us, European and Americans, have to deliver. Europe and Germany stand ready to play their part. Ladies and gentlemen, when listening to today's and yesterday's speeches at this conference, I am once again reminded of my mother's biography. She lived through the radical destruction of the German democracy and the international order. Because not enough people in Germany and elsewhere stood up to those who wanted to destroy and replace it with their barbarian ideology of war and suppression. But she also witnessed the emergence of a new, stable, free and rules-based order, thanks to the dedication of those who worked to establish it. This brought peace and freedom to large parts of Europe. There were times when we Europeans took this all for granted, and when we did too little to support the precious order, when we dwelled on our weakness, when we complained, when we criticized each other for inaction. And Radoslav, we all remember your famous words about German inactivity. The reality today is very different. Combined European armies outnumber any other army in the world. We are spending much more on defense than ever before. Our defense industry produces top-tier equipment. We are taking our future into our own hands in the areas of joint capability development and procurement financing. But, to be clear and honest, there's room for more, for much more. I want German and European security and defense policy to be more effective and more hard-edged. I want Europe to be more than a strong economic force. It must develop more military power. It must take over more responsibility for its own security. I want our actions to be better coordinated internationally, and I want them to be more visible. I want security to be not just a whole of government, but a whole of society matter. This is key to building real resilience in Europe. I want us to be able to pursue our own interests and to stay the course even when the going gets tough. With the debates over Greenland, we have proven that we are capable, ladies and gentlemen, of doing so. We have to reform and harden our international organizations so that they can better deliver. We have to do more to strengthen our institutions and conventions, with both our traditional and potential new partners and, if need be, just us Europeans. In a less reliable world, we need more reliable politics. Our strongest currency in this world is reliability. In times of fragility and transition, when few things can be taken for granted, I want Europe to be a reliable anchor for other nations, a continent supporting and shaping an international order as a basis for peace and freedom, and, equally important, providing for its own security. Let us show what we Europeans are capable of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Pistorius. And now I would like to invite our distinguished panel to join us here. First and foremost, the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Please, Mr. President, please join us here. Second, Mr. Taras Kachka, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Transatlantic Integration. Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Radosław Sikorski. And last but definitely not least, Elisa Stolkin, I'm so sorry, the Senator, U.S. Senator, member of the Senate Committee on Armed Services, the United States. Thank you, Senator, for joining us here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me maybe start for allowing to take the floor to our Ukrainian guests here. Prime Minister Kachka, if you could tell us what is the current situation in Ukraine and how has this hardest winter of all affected the civilian population?
Thank you for inviting and for this question. I think it's difficult to add to the description of situation that as it was done by President Zelensky, but I think that there is one thing that I would like from government to highlight, that the biggest target of Russia this winter is energy, and it's already fourth year they attack our energy, but this time it's like very tough, so that they use every type of missiles, ballistics, so there's the hypersonic, so that like drones and massive things. And what we see is that we are capable to to defend ourselves, but technologically, so that we have two tactics. First is, as it was on the screens during President's speech, is to repair our energy system. But you need to have a stocks of equipment in order to repair, so that's why we grab literally everything we can use in Europe, especially the equipment that is not used, obsolete, old-style equipment, to repair. And we will repair our energy till the moment that we will have stocks for equipment. And it is difficult to do because Russia is destroying, literally like attempts to destroy the energy system to the level that is not repairable. But we will not give up and we will continue to do so. Second big thing is that we are able to intercept, so that together with your support, with US equipment, European equipment, we can intercept almost everything. But also the question is the scale. So we need missiles to Patriots, to some TRST, to other equipment, and with enough stocks we will be able to intercept. So now we are not successful in this, so that's why our pledge is like help us more, because this quantity is meta now. So this winter. So that's why this is the request. But what happens in Ukraine? So that the situation when you continue to make joke that out of free electricity, water or heat you can choose two is already optimism. A lot of people in Ukraine cannot choose nothing. So they have nothing, no water, no electricity, no heat in a very harsh winter. So why it is important for Russians? So Russia wants to use winter as a weapon. They have this memory of this because they defend them during Napoleon time. I don't know, so that, but now they are aggressor. They are trying to use winter as a weapon. We are not going to give up, and if we will survive this winter, this course will be done as well as their ballistic missiles if we have equipment. But now, so that life in Ukraine, especially in Kyiv, is that you have no choice. If you want to have a hot tea, you will wake up at 3 a.m. because you have electricity and you have your tea, and you try to maintain it till through the day. Or if you want to go to shower, so it's like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. When you have electricity, when you have water, you can do this. But we have whole districts where you have nothing at all. So like 5 kilometers from my apartment, so we have a district Troyeshina where a lot of people have no access because the power generation was destroyed to the level that they cannot help. And we really appreciate all the help with generators, with other resilience units and other helps, humanitarian help that is provided by citizens of Europe, governments of Europe, and I think with your support we will survive. And just to complete on this, I think that this is the picture of humanitarian catastrophe. But the morale of society is still very high. So no one is saying that we are ready to give up. So no social polls, not private opinions. No one is saying so that enough. We are not ready to fight against Russia. So that's time to do it. No, the situation is absolutely different. So that's why our position remains the same. We are ready to fight. We are ready to protect ourselves. Please help us with all necessary security guarantee, and let's fight for the stable and just peace as it is requested by our president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that really informs us on the current situation. But to the president, when I listen to Prime Minister Kaczka, I feel anger. Because on the one side, you see resilient people fighting for their country, but then no nation should have to go through 4 years of this. And we see that the fourth winter is the worst winter so far, and nothing is changing. It seems like the situation for Ukraine is becoming worse. Have we failed?
Yes, the Deputy Prime Minister described the situation quite well, and I can only imagine what is the situation in the flats of ordinary people where the temperature is, let's say, 2 or 3 degrees plus. We can only imagine living here in the European countries. For us, it was pretty clear from the very beginning. This is also about emotions, but emotions do not help. If emotions lead to the decisions, then emotions are constructive. So this was the reason why Lithuania was the first country to deliver the first weapons to Ukraine, even 2 weeks before the war broke out. I visited Kiev actually last day before the war started, together with former President of Poland, Andrzej Duda. And since then, I saw the big transformation of the thinking of European nations regarding the Ukraine. We started from the discussions, should we deliver the helmets, should we deliver life jackets or something else? And now where we are. We are in the situation where we are talking about the delivering of deep strike capabilities, missiles, air defense systems, ammunition. Yes, they are still in lack of these goods, and we try to do our best in order to support them consequently. But what is my thinking, and Russia is proving every day that Russia is not ready for the peace. And I don't think that they will be ready to peace negotiations. I don't know, maybe in 27, 28, but not in 26. Because all the actions show that they are just imitating the negotiations process and at the same time trying to break the morale of Ukrainian people. Yes, they are not successful by doing this. This is good side. But this is at the cost of suffering of Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian people, brave Ukrainian people. I really admire this nation. This nation is exceptional, being able to withstand this huge pressure of big country, big aggressor, 4 years in a row. But without our support, they will be not able to succeed. So what is needed right now? Our support, continuous support, our readiness and our unity with our transatlantic partner too. And we try to do it in European Union formats. I am the member of European Council. I am happy that we were able to take the decision regarding 90 billion euros as a military support to Ukraine. Not always we are successful. Sometimes we face some delays. We face differences in the opinions. But we are ready to provide these decisions, and we are ready to stay with Ukraine until the end of the war.
Thank you. Prime Minister Sikorski, I think we all agree here that we don't believe in Russia's intention to end this conflict anytime soon. Where do you think we're going to be a year from now, sitting at this stage? Where would we want to be, and where are we going to be? And what can we do today to make sure that Ukraine will not be going for a fifth year of war and a fifth winter that might be even more devastating than this one?
I'll answer your question, but let me make two brief points first. First of all, I'd like to associate myself with what Minister Pistorius said, that it was natural for the United States to be in the lead in these negotiations when the United States was providing the bulk of the military assistance. And the United States was also brave and effective in deploying strategic intelligence to deprive the Russians of the casus belli in the days before the war and in the early days of the war. But I would like particularly our American guests to know, because it's not fully in the American infosphere, we are now paying for this war. The American outlay for the war for last year was close to zero. We are buying American weapons to be delivered to Ukraine. There is no package in the US Congress, and that there isn't even the prospect of a package. If we are paying, if this is affecting our security, not just Ukraine's, then we deserve the seat at the table, because the outcome of this war will affect us. Number two, consider what these attacks on Kiev and other Ukrainian cities tell you about Putin's ideology. The whole invasion was justified on the pseudo-Tsarist and Soviet grounds of Ukrainians being really just misguided Russians. If we get united, they'll see the light. So they were a brotherly kind of peasant version of Russians. And Kiev was really a Russian city. So Putin is now bombing his brothers and bombing a Russian city. I think that shows you that this is in fact a colonial war. He is just bent on conquering Ukraine again. This is the third attempt. In the 19th century, they banned the printing of Ukrainian books. In the 20th century, they caused an artificial famine in which 5 million people were murdered, and the entire culture-bearing Ukrainian class was obliterated in the 1930s, and this is the third attempt. And now to your question. Putin says he wants peace, and in a sense, every dictator and every conqueror wants peace. If you give up and you capitulate, you'll have peace. But the question is, under what conditions? And Russia can tolerate Ukrainianness as a sort of provincial version, a Russian folklore. But Russia cannot tolerate Ukraine, or at least Putin cannot, as a nation with its own identity, history, interests, including security interests, and its own desire to integrate with other organizations than Russia's. And the question in this war is, who will crack first? And Ukrainians are showing that they're not cracking on the front line. Russian advances are tiny. And history teaches us that bombing populations doesn't work. The Luftwaffe didn't break the spirit of London. The Royal Air Force didn't break the will to fight of the people of Germany. In fact, they get stiffened. So the real question is, when will Putin run out of resources to carry out this war? And cracks are beginning to show in the Russian economy. We have given Ukraine 90 billion euros. That should be enough to sustain them for 2 years. If we gave them 10 or 20 billion more, they could actually get their defense industry up to full capacity and then the fight would be more equal.
Thank you very much. We'll go back. We'll come back to the state of the Russian economy and the state of Russia in just a moment, but I wanted to hear from Minister Pistorius, actually, when Minister Sikorski says that we deserve a place at the negotiating table. How do we do that? And when are we going to be sitting at the negotiating table?
I have no idea, to be honest, because it's not up to us.
So we're paying the bill.
We are paying the bill, but we are not paying the bill to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin refuses to negotiate with Europeans. And the Americans let that happen. That is our problem at the moment, at least from my perspective. Washington lets that happen. We can't push ourselves at the negotiation table when Putin is not willing to talk with us. And again, Washington lets that happen. So what we should do is to confirm our will every day that we will proceed supporting Ukraine. And this is what we really need to focus on, especially when I think about the last UDCGs and the last contributions. We need more, we need it faster, we need it more efficiently. And I mean, we just have been talking about air defense and the attacks on Kiev every night and killing people in their apartments because they die by cold. We need to get faster in scaling our production in the US and in Europe to be able to deliver and to provide more and faster what is needed so urgently when it comes to air defense. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the morale of the brave Ukrainian people might break finally.
Thank you. Senator, I know this is not probably a question to you, but we have to ask it. Why is Washington not letting the Europeans be at the negotiating table and listening to Vladimir Putin, who's saying a tough no?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer a rhetorical question, but I think it's not hidden to anyone here at the Munich Security Conference that the United States is going through something. That we have, is anyone missing that?
Tell us more.
Is anyone missing that? So I think we're going through something at a fundamental level in our democracy. And because of that, we're going through something profound as it relates to foreign policy. It's the theme of this entire conference, or every side conversation at least.
Under destruction.
So I think and when it comes to Ukraine, given where we were a year ago, right, for those of you who were here and the vice president came and stood on this stage and gave a speech, I was sitting up there, the breath fell out of my lungs. A year later, we still have this good cop, bad cop, what do we want to do with Ukraine from the White House? Right? Do we want to pull completely back, give it to the Europeans, not our problem? Or quite the opposite, do we feel like it's extremely important to bring this to some sort of resolution? You can talk to 3 different Americans and get 4 different opinions, okay? So I think that's why you don't have Europeans at the table, and we have a saying, I used to work at the Pentagon, that you don't talk about them without them. And if you want the Europeans to be part of the ultimate settlement, which we desperately do, which the president says he does, then of course the Europeans should be at the table. But the fundamentals of the conflict, where the Ukrainians have fought so bravely, change the nature of tactical warfare, I think, with what they have done. We're all learning lessons from the Ukrainians. But let's not mistake that the fundamental question is, are we willing to exert more military or economic pain on Vladimir Putin? And because we're a mess back home in the United States, because we don't know the answer to that question, we're in this merry-go-round. And you're not on it with us. When you come on, it's not any more organized. We have to answer that fundamental question, and that's something we're deeply grappling with in the United States.
And while at it, I'll give the floor in a moment to Minister Sikorski, but we see, and we've been told many times during the last 2 days, that the American people continue to support Ukraine, that there's actually an increase in the pollings when it comes to support. Majority of Americans actually don't know that there's now 0 funding coming from the United States. But what would you, or what are you as the Senator of the United States doing to actually convince the majorities to push for example, in the Senate, some of these aid packages, sanction packages.
Yeah. Well, I come from the state of Michigan. We happen to have a lot of Ukrainian Michiganders. So it's never far from people's minds, especially in certain communities. But I think while the American people may not follow the day-to-day in Ukraine, I'm going to be honest with you, right? They're worried about their kids, their, house, whether they're going to be able to live a middle-class life. We are struggling deeply with that in the United States. They do understand power, and they understand a bully. And they understand that sometimes, we all want the conflict in Ukraine to end. And sometimes, in order for it to end, you have to exert more pressure, right? For a short time in order to bring it to a conclusion. But if you keep going around the merry-go-round, it just extends out the stress, the pain, the suffering, the killing. So they may not understand the day-to-day, but I think if there were leaders who were willing to articulate that in order to bring this to a conclusion, we must get in deeper in putting that pressure on a bully, they would understand that basic power conversation.
Do you see those leaders?
Do I what?
Do you see those leaders?
See them. I mean, again, I'll answer whatever rhetorical question you want, but I was almost indicted last week by my government. So we are going through something profound, and we will get through it. I believe to my core we will get through it, but we will have to hit rock bottom before we come back up, and we're going to have to fight for it. So no, I don't see a clear, straight line to getting those answers. But many of us feel very passionate. We are here because we feel very passionately that our interests with Europe are aligned, and that allowing Vladimir Putin to roll over Ukraine is not just horrible for Ukraine, it's horrible for Europe and horrible for us.
Minister Sikorski.
Europe should be at the table because the stakes are incredibly high. It's not that just the future of Ukraine, it's not just the security of the eastern flank, it is about the place of Europe in the future distribution of power in the world. In other words, who will be the third leg of global distribution? China, United States, and Russia, or the European Union? Don't ask me which I would prefer. And to my mind, President Trump is not wrong when he says that in this more brutal world, you need to show your cards. The United States would give itself more cards to pressure Putin into a deal by, for example, delivering tomahawks to Ukrainians. And the decision was apparently quite close a couple of months ago. Taurists would help too. But as Europe, what we should say is that if the US forces Ukraine into an unfair deal, we will continue with our commitment to Ukraine, and it is Ukraine that will decide when to make a deal. And then we will not be able to be ignored by Putin, because we will then become the main provider to Ukraine.
Very good point. Thank you very much, Minister. I'll bring back Minister Kachka here to the discussion. Unfortunately, many leaders around the world, people believe that Russia is invincible. That for some reason, Russia wins every war at the end of the game because of its, willingness to take the long-haul perspective and sacrifice. What do you say as a Ukrainian to these people?
First, I think that with Minister Sikorski, I think we can say that Soviet Union collapsed in Afghanistan. Yes, so that's also an example that not every war was won. Yeah, and I think that my personal thing is I always highlight that Russia was able to win the war when Ukraine was part of Russian Empire. So with us, it is possible. Against us, it is impossible. So that's why I think that we all need to understand that we are at the table of negotiations, so that Europe, and why? Because what we are talking now, so that whether everyone believes that we have really systemic negotiations with Russia. Even Secretary Rubio today said that he rather doubts about the position of Russia. We are at the moment when we are thinking, doing, finding a way how to force Russia to be at the table of negotiations. It is impossible without European pressure. It was impossible without US pressure in terms of sanctions, and we had a lot of tactical discuss. But it's also impossible without showing that we have really strong security guarantees. And these security guarantees should be designed, developed, and implemented as a first initial step before the negotiations, just to show Russia that they cannot win against us, but they definitely will lose if we are all together. And we have these security guarantees as a political, legal, but also practical commitment. Practical commitment in terms of training, in terms of establishing our cooperation, but also supplying weapons. So that's why what is happening now is a creation of this environment and this universe for negotiations, and we are all at the table. So despite the actual setting of the meetings in Geneva, for example, because we still need to create an environment when Russia literally negotiates and not pretend that it negotiates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yes.
Just on the point of fact, Mazepa was with Charles XII during the Great Northern War, and yet the Russians won at Poltava. But since then, it's been a better run. So the Russians lost the Crimean War, the Russians lost the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians were knocked out of World War I, the Russians lost at the Battle of Warsaw when they tried to conquer Europe, the Russians lost in Afghanistan, I saw it, and the Russians lost the Cold War. So no, the Russians don't always win, but there is good news. Every time after they've lost, and in fact only then, there are reforms.
Thank you, Minister. President, and this question actually goes to President Ausala, but also to both of the ministers. Of course, that Russia understands only strength, but it has tested us as European Union countries, as NATO countries, over the last 4 years, and specifically this year, to a huge extent. It's not only arson attacks, sabotage. We saw in Poland 20 over drones flying into our airspace. Do you think we're sending a signal to Russia that we're ready to retaliate for this kind of behavior? Because so far, our societies say we're not doing enough in this matter.
I will return to this question, but I would like to say that Russia lost one more war in 1990 as
becomes a
my
historical
country
panel.
regained the independence, and we survived the events of January 13th. And other Baltic countries also regained their independence. I think Russia is not as successful as pretends to be. And now I think we have to look more carefully to the economy of Russia, what is happening there. And I think that they are in the situation of stagflation. That every economist will say that stagflation is a very dangerous situation where you have no tools how to repair the situation. If you increase the interest rates, you will contribute to diminishing and dropping of economic activity. If you will reduce interest rates, inflation will be even higher. So the living standard is going down, especially in the regions of Russian Federation. But you know, this is a country where you can just ignore the needs of the people because you don't have the election process. You have no democracy. We all in Western countries, we would lose the elections if the economy would be in such a bad shape, but not in Russia, at least for the time being. Now,
so where is the pain? Where
is the pain? Where's the pain? I think the pain, the line of the pain is not far away. But, of course, Russia is still on the way to this situation. Now, please remind me your question.
Hybrid warfare.
Hybrid war.
Arson.
Yes, you know, we are very good specialists in this regard because Lithuania has very long border with Belarus, close ally, close proxy with Russian Federation. And we have also 120 kilometers borderline with Kaliningrad region. So all the time, we are exposed to different kind of hybrid attacks, no matter, in 2021 it was illegal migration, artificially created problem by Alexander Lukashenko, sending the people from Middle East, from North Africa to Minsk, then from Minsk to the border. And we could see the officials and employees of Alexander Lukashenko regime instructing them how to cross the border, how to create, destabilize the situation at the border. Then later, now we are suffering the flights of balloons, meteor balloons, actually for smuggling purpose, for cigarettes, but actually...
But are we responding effectively? Do you think the Russians are getting the signal that we're responding?
Solutions, and we count on the European Union flagship initiatives like Eastern Flank Watch. And I think the more successful we are, because this is really the threat to our society. Society is under threat. Society is asking politicians what to do. Do you have enough tools to respond to it? But I think those hybrid attacks contribute that we are looking for the solutions on European Union level. And this is a good point, that we are ready to respond, we are ready to take the solutions, and we are looking forward. I think we should understand that Belarus should be included in the sanctions list, sanctions which were imposed on the Russian Federation, because this country is destabilizing and destabilizing the situation at the border deliberately.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
Thank you. The same, very shortly, Minister Pistorius, Minister Sikorski, are we doing enough? Are we able to take our gloves off when it comes to responding? Germany also had drones over your airports, many other attacks in the cyberspace. You know, are we signaling Russia the way we should?
At least we started doing so. We're speeding up, we're ramping up, we're becoming better and better every day by developing new technologies, by procuring what is available. So we are better every day. And at the same time, I would fully agree with Mr. Nausedas, Mr. President, that it is a European issue in the first place, because it is not a national, can't be a national issue for smaller or bigger countries in Europe. We all know that disinformation, fake news, and hybrid warfare does not stop at frontiers of some single small countries. And the third point I would like to raise is, it is a matter of mindset in our societies, how we react to that, how serious we take what's going on. And for my country, I can say I really have been seeing in the last years an incredible, at least 3 years ago or 5 years ago, an incredible change of mindset in terms of that. The society is getting more and more resilient, and at the same time, of course, hoping and praying for peace, but more and more resilient, and that is what we need, more resilient societies.
Thank you very much. I want to take 2 or 3 questions, but please, Minister, and then very shortly on this.
I think Putin makes a mistake by provoking us through hybrid activities, because it stiffens our resistance and allows us to have higher defense budgets. But what he does is incredibly active. You've had assassinations in Germany and Britain. We've all had arsons. We've had attempted arsons on board airliners. We have cutting of cables and pipelines at sea. We've had the suppression of GPS signal. We've had an attempt to explode rail lines under a moving train on a high escarpment. People would have died were it not for the incompetence of the assailants. And we've had mass intrusions of Russian drones and cruise missiles into our airspace. This is all forcing us to take countermeasures. And there are further things that we could do. So I've closed down 3 Russian consulates. We've restricted the movement of Russian diplomats in Poland. We still have over 2,000 Russian diplomats. Our security services think up to 40% of them are spies. We should not be tolerating them. They should not benefit from the freedom of movement across the Schengen zone, which they are trying to destroy. And we've also spent almost €1 billion on building a big and beautiful fence on our border with Belarus, through which they were pushing migrants on purpose. So it's all costing us. It's all making us more resilient, but there are more things that we could do together.
Absolutely. Thank you, Taras, very briefly.
I would like to say that we are still not doing enough because the war is continuous and the threats are continuous, but the dynamic is extremely positive. I totally agree that even like previous conference and this conference, the mood is absolutely different. So we have very practical things. So that's why I think that we need to also pay attention to the dynamics, so that how fast we are changing, how fast we are moving. That's important now, because I think that there is already a consensus that we are moving proper direction, we are doing right things, but these dynamics, the tempo is the most important element, and here we see some risks, so that's because of Europe always like a little bit slower than everyone expects, but...
So let's take some questions. If we can take them together, I'm already seeing here 2 and 3. So let's start with the lady in the red, Lisa. The floor is yours.
Lisa Yasko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. A quick question to the President of Lithuania and also Minister Sikorski. If Poland or Lithuania will be invaded, what specifically would you expect from NATO or non-NATO countries to defend you? Thank you.
And before you answer, we'll take 2 more questions from our Munich young leader here. Ellie, please introduce yourself and ask your question.
From the French Institute of International Relations. Minister Sikorski, you reminded us that the EU, or Europeans in general, have been paying for this war over the last year. The EU has finally secured a 90 billion loan for Ukraine to be spent over the next 2 years, I believe. Now, there seems to be a conversation among Europeans about how to spend these, whether
question,
on
please.
Ukrainian industry, European industry, or American defense industry. To the whole panel, thank you.
Thank you, and it's also to the whole panel, but I can't say no to Garry Kasparov. I'm sorry, I have a soft spot there. Garry, the floor is yours. And then we'll take the 4th question.
Question to Minister Pistorius, just following your presentation. Germany is about to spend tens, maybe hundreds of billions of euros on defense, on military procurement. Are you going to prepare for the old war or for a new one? Are you going to spend on something that doesn't make any sense, but it's online, and of course, are you willing to go against massive business interests that will push the waste of the money, instead of going with Ukrainians and start providing new technology to fight effective war against Russians?
Thank you, and at the back there, please.
I have a question to Senator Slotkin, Łukasz Pawłowski, Polish MFA. You said that US society is going through something and that it is going to hit the rock bottom before it comes back up. Would you care to define what the rock bottom is?
So let us start with Senator Slotkin, please.
Sure. I mean, look, I think I'm sitting in a room full of people who come from active democracies. Some of you have fought very hard for your democracies. We are in a struggle for our democracy. It's not the first time in our 250 years, but it is certainly the most real one of my lifetime. And I think what we're seeing happen right now is, as things deteriorate, for instance, in Minneapolis, right? It is hitting something in the American consciousness, a sort of barometer for authoritarianism that they instinctively look at and don't like. Now, because of confusion over years on what media source to listen to, what political party you come from, people are very, they're very unsure about what they read. But when they see it with their own eyes, that is something fundamentally different. And that's why you just saw President Trump very quietly slink out of Minneapolis, because he understands it is just deeply unpopular, not just with Democrats, but with independents, Republicans, and people of all stripes. The more he overplays that authoritarianism, the more people can see it with their own eyes, the more they say, look, I voted for him because I wanted a better economy. I thought we would get it that way, but I didn't sign up for this. And I come from a state that just voted for Donald Trump. So I understand this. So I can't tell you the exact ways and the definition of rock bottom. But I will tell you, I stand here as an American senator feeling very concerned about the 2026 elections in November. He is telling us what he wants to do. He is laying it out for us, and it is up to the Americans to believe him, right? That just like in 2020, he said, if I don't win, then it wasn't a free and fair election. He is repeating the playbook, now threatening to put uniformed federal agents around polling locations. I mean, he's telling us the playbook. So the question is, what are we going to do as Americans to defend our democracy that we helped invent? Okay? And that, to me, that process that's going on right now, which is playing out in front of all of you, it's not like we like coming here and talking to you about the difficulties in our own country. No one likes to do that. But it is playing out in front of you, and the question is, will the American people, and when will the American people feel like the issues of democracy are actually not someone else's issues, their kitchen table issues? They affect my everyday life, my safety, my family, my security, my livelihood. When that happens, you will see the American people push back in a profound way, as you've seen in places like Minneapolis. That is the process we are in right now. I can't define it for you, but it is happening before our eyes.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have 5 minutes left, so 1 minute per speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your clarity.
1 minute per speaker. You can answer the question, or you can just engage in the debate we're having currently about the United States.
I'll ask the question from the Ukrainian parliamentarian about what I would expect to happen if Russian tanks crossed the border. Well, we joined NATO for common defense. So in the sense, there's an easy answer. If they cross the border, start killing NATO citizens, Polish citizens, we would expect the North Atlantic Council to meet and to activate the contingency plan. And after that, the plan is very easy. We win, they lose.
That's a good plan, Minister. Minister Pistorius. So how do we win, they lose?
Very brief to the question in terms of procurement. When we started, we had huge gaps of almost everything, and we need to fill them as soon as fast as possible. And at the same time, of course, we know that the war of the future is not just described. If anybody had told us 5 years ago that drones would play such a relevant and crucial role, nobody would have believed or it could have imagined that. So therefore we should do and will do everything which is necessary to anticipate what might happen. And that means more investment in innovation, more investment in new technologies, more cooperation with startups and more cooperation between startups and the Bundeswehr, more clarity in the view to the future, what might be needed, and to learn from Ukraine. Joint ventures with Ukraine are crucial for us and really very critical. We learn every day from the experience of our Ukrainian friends on the battlefield, and this is what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the President, and the last word will be to Ukraine. President, do you agree we win, they lose? That's the strategy?
Look, don't think that the brave people live only in Ukraine. The brave people live in Lithuania too. We were struggling for our freedom 50 years in a row, and we regained our independence. So in the case of invasion, first of all, we will make the life of aggressor as painful as possible. And then, of course, we will count on the support, first of all, of Article 5, NATO, and we are doing a lot in order to build this so-called wall of deterrence together with our friends, Germany, brigade, Mr. Pistorius mentioned brigade, deployment of German brigade. We have 2 American battalions on the rotational basis, and we are ready to establish Lithuanian National Division until 2030. We are ready. We will win. They will lose.
Thank you very much. And Taras.
I think that first and foremost, we need to bear in mind that everything we did successfully, we did together and with your support. So that's why we all are brave, and we already proved it. We are stronger than we are perceived, and we also prove it. We need not to think what will happen or when it happens, but we need to work now to deter with sanctions, with all the policies. So that's true. And on money, I think that we need to understand that the real cost of a year of war for us and for all of us is more than 100 billion of US dollars. So that's why 90 billion is like is not all the money that unfortunately we will need to spend on defense. And this is also one of the biggest question of security guarantee on how to finance these defense things, but this is rather for all thinkers for many months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, holding the line, defending Europe and supporting Ukraine, let's give a huge round of applause to our panel.